That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Saturday stream. It is 9:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time on June 5th, 2021, in the year of our Lord, etc., etc. And I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to some more of this game, Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete, as we are going to try to get some good hours in on this game today, if we can. It has been a good day today. I've been out spending a lot of time with family. Some of you may have noticed my tweet where I referenced my straw hat that I was wearing. We were out at the beach today, which was lovely. It was warm and hot and all that kind of good stuff. And tomorrow is going to be exciting too, although I can't talk too much about why until after it happens, for reasons I can't describe yet. But soon you will understand more, because I'll talk about it after this particular event, which is not channel related, is over. But I am very excited for it nonetheless, and I hope everyone is having a good early June 2021. Hi JLC. Good evening. Hello. So I hope everyone is here and as excited as I am for some Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the stream. Nope, you're not as excited. Well, listen, I'm sorry, Warrior of Zayon. All I know is that I'm excited, and hopefully I can make some of you feel that excitement as the time goes on. If you have to stay up till 3 a.m. Oh my God, why do you have to stay up till 3 a.m.? I hope everyone is doing well though, and let's talk a little bit about what's going on in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website for all this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, you can support us by checking out the Patreon, !ArvTreon. I did actually troll. I didn't text you back, did I? We have been super swamped. Yes, I did get it. Thank you. That was the good news. Not so good news is that the thing in question does not work with her computer or the operating system, sadly. But I will talk more to you about that. That's one of the reasons I didn't tweet but respond. But yeah, Trollware, who I met in Pittsburgh, was kind enough to send a package to us for my daughter. But I'll talk more about that later on with you. Yeah, I'll drop you a message about that. I'm sorry, Troll. I've just been super busy running around, including today. So yes, I will do that for sure. And thank you again for sending it. I did get it, and I should have responded to you and said yes, I got the package. So thank you for sending it, and I will contact in a little bit. Let me actually write down right now. What was this I just saw? Okay, I'm actually marking right down the notes in my phone to contact Trollware. Okay. Cool. Will do. And thank you, Troll. So you just got home from a 10-hour shift. Good God, JLC. Oh, to go do training for the Army in another state. Oh, man. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll do it then tomorrow, Troll. I will do it tomorrow then. In fact, I will mark that down. Tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. But thank you again, Troll. Okay. So, where was I? Yes. So in any case, so yeah, the Patreon, !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which allows you to inspire the players. It allows you to, thank you for the follow, Retro Gamer. It allows you as well to support the channel. It allows you to build up the channel goals, or head our amount towards the channel goals that we're looking for. And it allows you to get some cool stuff individually as well, including an epic poem. I'm going to be doing one of those for Effect Life, who recently joined the Patreon. I'm going to be doing that later this month. Or a character background, or a copy of one of my band's albums, or other things like that. Hey, Triffid. So all of those things are available to you if you support the Patreon. The shop is where you can get merchandise from Infinity and Beyond, the Adventures of Middle-earth, and of course soon to be Esper Genesis as well. And last but certainly not least, subbing to the channel is a good way to support us as well. Allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also get inspirations for the players too. Finally, on the publishing side, !Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, and which is award-winning now, I should say. And if you're interested in that, !Icarus will bring you there. Athos is also going to be publishing publishing my book Gray Shade. Gray Shade is going to be available coming up within the next 6 weeks or so from Athos Arts. And then the Kickstarter that is going to be run happening late summer, early fall is going to have the last 2 books in that series, plus a role-playing game, plus a board game, plus an audiobook from our own Trendane Sparks. So we've got a lot of stuff that's very exciting about Gray Shade coming up, and you can check that out with exclamation point Gray Shade Chaos. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point Library, limited edition Patreon-only copy of Icarus. Yes, we need a limited edition Patreon-only copy of Icarus, only available to those who have attended Three Rivers Comic-Cons. We need to be very clear about the extraordinary limited edition that we have. Yes, Troll is actually a particular collector, an aficionado, you might say, of this one particular thing. So, but yes. So anyway, exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Now finally has arrived from customs and is being shipped out to Kickstarter backers and stores which ordered it, and then will be coming out in retail and physical. It's already available in digital at that link, which Triffid was kind enough to link just now. Finally, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. With all that said, let me get rid of this, and let me get rid of this, and let me turn on, wait for it. There we go. This, good to see you all. That is not, that's too cold. Or rather, it's too warm, rather. Too warm. Far too warm. Give me a second, I shall adjust. Let's, little warm is good, too warm. Okay, good. That's more like it. Just need a little 4,500K, you know what I'm saying? But welcome, everybody. Yeah, it is a little warm, by the way. You may hear the fan blowing at full blast. That is because as the summer is upon us, the office up here is getting hotter and hotter. Now, there is an enormous air conditioning unit, which I refuse to install because, first of all, I can't do it on my own, and because it's got to be like 70 pounds to carry it over and somehow haul into my window over there. And number two, it would be absurdly loud and would make it impossible to stream or do anything else. So the good news is that I have a new ductless AC system, which is coming in, and they are installing it next week. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So by Friday of next week, this room is going to be nice and chill in all forms of the word, and then it will be nice and warm in the winter. So it's going to be great, but it's not done yet, and so I'm going to have to manage for the next 5 to 6 days of it being a little bit over the top hot. And we've been lucky that it has not been brutally hot here, but it was definitely warm today, and I could feel it up here. Fortunately, I wasn't up here most of the time. I was on the beach, as I said, but yeah, it is definitely hot. So I'm glad that I've got my lighting set up where I don't have all the lights on. I've got that light over there. I've got this lighting back here, but it's all cooler light. If you hear the fan obliterating the mic, I apologize. All I can tell you is it's a temporary condition, and by next Friday we should have it resolved. Thank goodness, because oh my goodness. Yes, JLC. Actually, you know what? It's not a program, but I appreciate you asking. It is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. There are many actually very good organizations that work on the issues of suicide prevention. I was actually just watching something the other day on a Canadian program about a massive Canada helpline, which has helped thousands and thousands of people. And so there are many good ones there. And on that World Health Organization page, there are links to some of those organizations, but it's not a direct donation program, I guess, unless you want to help the WHO, which is the World Health Organization. But the reason that I do help now is because we have a lot of international viewers as well. So watching, putting up something that's US centric is nice for the US, but it doesn't really help in terms of like people who need help everywhere across the world, whether they be in Europe or Africa or South America or Australia or, Asia or any of the, anywhere in the world. People need help, obviously. And so that's why I put the link there. So it's not a program per se, as it is a link to it. But I really appreciate you asking, because I honestly don't link to these things just for the heck of it. Oh, haha, I can put in some links and show that I'm aware. I literally do it because it's important. I and many of you have lost people that are really important to me because of the of suicide. And we've had members of the community, not our immediate direct community here, but people that we know. A few years ago, Sociocide and took his own life, and that was someone who was known to this community a little bit, and also to the Anonymous community where I used to be a part of. So it's a kind of thing which affects everybody, and because it's international in scope, that's why I link the international page. So all that's a long-winded way of saying it's not a program, but there are many programs over there that you can connect to. And I do really appreciate you asking, JLC, because it is important. It really is important. And so, yeah, I appreciate you thinking about that. Let's see. Moving on here. It's only 12,000 special ultra supreme limited printed copy with special blown up. Yeah. When Troll was hanging out with us, the wind was no joke in Pittsburgh on that day. I mean, it wasn't like hurricane force, but it was some serious wind, and no one, and that includes yours truly, had banners or anything like that set up to manage that. So we actually kept most of the books on the table, but yeah, that banner was it was not designed to be outside, that's for sure. And yeah, CQ, the ductless AC system, honestly, it's exactly right. Like, my house was built in 1803. And, we putting in a duct, like, I used to have central air in my house that was built in like late 1940s that I lived in the Bronx, but that's because it was small and it was easy to be constructed and they could easily do it. A system like this, there's no way that you could put ducts all over this house, given the age of the house, and you wouldn't be able to do it and get it past the Historic Commission, even if I were inclined to try. Plus it's less efficient and all that other kind of stuff. So, they have a ton of like window units everywhere, that they're available to be put in the windows. And for a couple of places, like my daughter's room, my son's room, possibly downstairs, like in the living room, like a couple of those places, we may use those in the short term. But in the long term, we're gradually, as we get, it's not cheap, that's the problem. As we build up money and we save up some money, we're going to gradually install bit by bit these ductless systems, because it's much more efficient, it's far quieter, and it's just lower impact and lower profile. So it's the kind of thing that will go into a house like this. The Historic Commission did sign off on it because it's not that big a deal, and they recognize that having a ductless unit as opposed to having a massive window unit and having a bunch of those stuck out all over the house certainly doesn't look good from the outside. So this one is hidden from the street and all that, and it will make this place just much, it'll make it like normal, like regular temperature, and much more efficient. And it's just, it's going to be great. I am very, very excited for it. It's a good company that we've got putting it in. And yeah, the person actually was here today looking over, aspects of how they have to handle it. Because it's not just, oh, I'll just do this and then do this. Because this house has been around a long time. So you got to figure out how to route everything in the right way. So yeah, I recommend it. Of course, I'll recommend it more when I actually have it in the house. But yeah, I'm very excited to get it for sure. Yep. Yeah, more bookmarks and postcards than books. Exactly. A lot more bookmarks and postcards than books. And the banners that kept falling over. But hey, what's up, Mar? How you doing? Yes, it definitely looks good environmentally. It's just much more efficient. And the other thing that's nice about it is that it's very quiet. So it's going to be on that side of the room, on the other side of the chimney, basically, that I have over here. And it's going to be much quieter. And the other reason that that's helpful is, so with typical AC, right, as the temperature, heats up and it needs to cool it down, it kicks on the compressor outside. It's a brrrr, right? That sound from the outside. And that sound is the sound of the engine, chugging up so that it can condense and bring the water out into the outside. It can pump cool air into the house, the whole bit, right? Cool the air in here, pump the hot air to the outside. That's the idea. So that happens as, the electricity, and you use electricity to do all that. But it makes a lot of noise. The thing about the ductless is that the ductless AC systems basically get the temperature of the room to the right place, and then more or less are continually on at a low level, keeping it at about the right temperature. So it isn't, run, shut down until the temperature rises to a certain degree again, and then fire the engine back up and then run, right? That's the way most ACs work. And the ductless doesn't do that. The ductless basically keeps it in one place, and it also works for heating. So one unit is going to do both. And I can tell you, having moved in here in March, that even in March, there were some chilly nights up here where I had a blanket and a wrap around me, because it's the attic, right? So it's a office, but it's the finished attic, and this is where all the heat goes, and it's where a lot of the energy gets lost out here. So having a spot in here is going to be great. My mother-in-law, who lives with us, is also going to have a ductless unit in her area, which is really cool. And then over time, as I say, as we build up money, we will be able to get units for some of the other rooms in the house also. So it's cool, not cheap. But in the long run, it's going to be much cheaper, actually. And so I should say not cheap up front, but it's going to be much cheaper in the long run, and it's going to be very comfortable, which is what we're looking for. So we've got, like I say, it's been pretty all right here, but these next few days are going to be rough with temperature. And so I'm very much looking forward to getting this stuff installed next week. So it's going to be good. You have a 14,000 BTU floor AC unit in your bedroom. Central AC, but giant window seal being broken also is the third floor. Okay, yeah. So you're talking about the same kind of thing. Even with central AC, your bedroom goes to 8. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like central AC. The other thing about central AC is that every zone is set to a particular temperature, and you can't change anything within the zone, right? You can't go, okay, I'm going to make the kitchen 73, I'm going to make the kids' room 75, and I'm going to make my mother-in-law's room 78 or whatever. You can't do it that way if it's all on the same zone and you're dealing with central AC. There's one zone, one temperature in the zone, and that's what it's set to. So the nice thing about this ductless units is that it's literally done per room. So you come in here and you're like, I want this room to be this temperature, and that's what it is, and that's not going to affect the kitchen or my daughter's room or son's room or, our room, our bedroom. It's not going to affect any of those things, which is what a window AC unit does, except again, a window AC unit, as we just said, has issues with the noise, with the efficiency, again, it's just it's not as good a product, and it's much cheaper up front. So don't get me wrong. I feel lucky that we saved enough money that we can afford to get this. And we're only getting 2 rooms in the house to start with. So I feel lucky about that. But I think in the long run, that's where we're looking about that. So anyway, what's up, VTAC? Your husband, you just started house hunting. That's an awesome, JLC. I imagine, it's funny, when we went house hunting, it turned out to be a really good time to do it because we were doing it in the middle of the winter. Like we literally started late November, early December, basically. And that ended up working out really well for us. But I know that markets are fluctuated all across the country. And so some places are better and some places are worse. Listen, owning a home is definitely difficult and can be a little stressful at times. But there is a great relief in knowing that you have something you can do whatever you want to, like putting in a ductless system, and that the landlord can't kick you out because they're putting their offspring in the house, which happened to us not once but twice when we were renting. And where we know that we can get things fixed according to our specifications. Plus, it's an asset, right? I own this home. Yes, I have a mortgage on it, but I own the home. It has a certain value, and I could, if everything went to hell, and I sure hope it doesn't, but if it did, I could sell the house. Whereas if I have rental, if I can't afford to pay for it, I'm just out. Like I don't get anything from having paid for rent other than being able to be there. So believe me, I rented for many years, and a lot of people still choose to do it, and it's right for them in their circumstances. So totally an individual thing. But for me and my family, it just made sense to be in the position to be able to own, especially because money for loan is so cheap, relatively speaking, right now, in terms of interest. So it worked out for us. So good luck, JLC. I'm excited about that. Yeah, why not get everybody in the family to agree? Oh my God, Hippo. If I got my children, my wife, and my mother-in-law and me in a room, and I was like, all right, here's the temperature, it would be like that part in Hamilton where they're talking about the capital of America, and they're like, and everyone says something different. Like, like my wife and I guess, have similar feelings about temperature, but I am much less enamored of heat than she is. I'm much more like my daughter in that way. And probably, I don't know where my son's at with that. My mother-in-law, just doesn't care about the heat at all, but she just wants everything to be, she hates the cold of any kind. So she wants everything jacked up. So yeah, that's not so, not. Oh, the windows needing replacement. That's interesting. Well, yeah, that's interesting because the windows, we also have old windows in this home, and some of them have been replaced and some of them haven't. But the problem is historic home. So you got to be careful about what you do with the windows. So, yeah. Hey, what's up, Takanjia? Speaking of someone living in a country where I bet it's cooler than it is right now in this spot. Neverwinter Nights 2, Home Improvement Boogaloo. Yes, well, we should definitely head over. So, schedule-wise, this today, tomorrow, Sunday, we've got Brandon O'Brien with the continuation of the Speculate Twitch event of Blades in the Dark, The Case of the Cindered Seal, which will feature himself as GM and will feature Mike Underwood, Yori Kasano, Yoi Gawain Lin, and Mike Underwood. Did I say that? Mike Underwood, Yoi Gawain Lin, Yori Kasano, and Valerie Valdez. I was like, I thought I mentioned Valerie first, and I'm like, did I Valerie first. Anyway, those 4 players with Brandon O'Brien as GM will be with you tomorrow, and that'll be coming to you, I believe, at 7 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken, so you will not want to miss that. And then we'll be back next Tuesday with some gamebook illustration stream goodness from Terry Toons, and then I will be over on Pen and Pixels with a look at a new game called Solasta. I'll be taking a short break from Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete over there to play some Solasta and see what I think about that game, which is a new game that's just come out of early access, so that'll be happening on Tuesday. So you'll want to check that out. But right now, we're looking at some Neverwinter Nights 2. So without further ado, let us get to it. Today was 75. It's supposed to be up to 92 to 95. Yeah, it got up to about 86 today. Fahrenheit, and is supposed to get up to like 87, 88-ish tomorrow. So, and as I said, we have a big outdoor event that we're doing tomorrow, so I'm hoping that everything, I mean, it's not, the big thing is we're not going to have rain, which would have been a problem for this particular event. And so I'll deal, and then it's going to be dropping back down, I think, to like the 70s, mid 70s or so, which is where we'll stay while they do the work on the house to put in the AC. So by the time it starts getting hot again, hopefully everything will be cooled off. That's the plan, chat. So that's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. All right. Also sticking to it is this. What are you telling me? What is this deal? What's this? Okay. Right. So I want Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Right. Okay. So let's go with that, and that. It does. I'm hoping it stays that way, Triffid, right? Exactly. Too much rain and flash flooding, really? Oh, man. We did have a lot of rain here in the last 3 to 4 days. A lot of rain. So the flash flood stuff, though, is difficult. The place that we were first thinking about in this general neighborhood was a place that was awesome. Like, literally, you could walk across the street to the ocean. So we're a block and a little more, block and a half or less, really just a little over a block from the ocean. And you can see the ocean from my house, right? But the place where we were, you could walk across the street and you're right in the ocean. It's great. Problem is, it's in the flood zone. And so if we got that house, we would have had to learn this lovely new thing called flood insurance. Something that when I was living on a hill back in my house in the Bronx, I never had to worry about that. And so flooding was not something I was looking forward to. This place here, not in the flood zone at all. Literally not in the flood zone. It's just, it's not in that same ballpark. So that's awesome, because, yeah, the flash flooding thing is really difficult. People who struggle with that and are dealing with that, it's really, really hard. Actually, on Friday, yesterday, when I was down getting my daughter's orthodontist appointment, she got her braces off, she got her second vaccination, there was a big thunderstorm, and so we had to wait inside this one place. And there was so much rain so quickly that there were literally bags of garbage that had just been put out recycling, really, floating down the street. So it's flash floods. They're not joking around about it. So that sucks, JLC. So make sure when you're looking for the house, I'm sure you know this already, but make sure you're looking for no flood places, I can see the ocean from my house. You better believe it. Yep. I can see it from my bedroom. If I go over to the window, I can literally see it from my window. Yep. You just walk out and you're right down near it. So, yeah, it's nice. It is nice. As I've said, I'm very, very lucky, and I know it. Use my camera. Okay. That was weird for a minute. Cannot see the ocean from the porch. Right, exactly. You have to have flood insurance in the South. Is that true? Is the South more subject to flooding? I hadn't thought about that. I guess, and is that from specifically like ocean, or are we talking about like because of rivers and stuff like that, and it's like I would imagine. So just because there are more likelihood to have like flash floods of that kind. Oh, built on the water table. I got you. Yeah, flood insurance is separate from home insurance. Yep, Hippo, that's right. I do know that. 30-second walk from seeing the Atlantic Ocean, but there's too many trees for me to see at my house. Oh, man. Lots of rivers. Well, that... Yeah. That's true. That's true. No, people sometimes they're just kind of like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Like, you know, the floods, oh, that, you know. I wish I could be flooded. I'm like, no, you don't. It's not funny. No, you don't. You want balance. Like, if you're really, really hot, you want water. If you're flooded, you don't want people making jokes about how much water you have, okay? Disease breeds there. It can, you know, mold and all kinds of things. Right, set by FEMA. Yeah, no, I knew that. Yep. Okay. Right. Heading into the mountains north and west of the village. Okay. It's you. You're the one who will destroy Ember. What? Who the heck are you? What? I don't mean this place any harm. Wait, no, I was mistaken. Strange. The killer looks like you, but isn't. Ember cannot be saved. All within the village when the time comes will perish except one. Me. I think you are carrying something which will allow me to survive. You cannot help me in any other way. Only you? What about the other villagers? Ember's fate is set in stone, but mine is not. However, I will share Ember's fate unless you help me. Really? What? What is the deal with this dude? I can grow lots of grain, build pyramids. Oh my god, troll. Ooh, really, Takanjia? Oh, what? Hey, CQ. No. You're not. This is not chat voting. This is me playing Neverwinter Nights. That would be impossible. I'm afraid, CQ. That would take way too long. So, I'll try to be I always try to be entertaining. I think it's entertaining. All right. Thank you. You have nothing I can use. What about him? What about me? Fine. Try to take anything and I'll take both your hands as trophies. Got it? Your knife. It is different. I believe it can save me. My skinning knife? I've had this thing forever. There's nothing special about it. What's so special about that knife? There is a power sleeping it, but it will not awaken while it is in your hands. I see. Bishop. Subtext. I hate you. You're a piece of crap. Give him the knife. No. Unless this knife is going between his eyes, it's staying with me. Keep traveling with me and I'll make sure you're rewarded 10 times over. That's so. Fine. But I'm not going to forget this or how much you owe me. Thank you. We shall meet again soon, I think. That was really weird. But anything which screws over Bishop is good with me. This guy sucks. I hate this guy. So anything that screws this guy's over sounds like a plan. Make it so. In fact, if the guy was just like... oh, man. Anywho. Githyanki base. That doesn't sound... That's great. That's great. Githyanki base. All this to find someone who should have been kept safe in the inn. Ah, it's the Githyanki approach, of course. Alright, we got everyone? We are going to get ambushed by like 60 million things here. Also, because this is up, I can't get a good, like, vantage point. So... that's... yep, called it.
You shall soon trouble no one again.
Okay. Now. Goodbye. You killed my bear! You will pay the ultimate penalty! Goodbye, jerk. Oh my god, he's still dead. Not anymore, he isn't. Hey, Kelgar, could you... Yeah, thanks.
I am listening.
So literally Kelgar was like, okay. I'm just gonna stand there. Good to see you, Mar. I will bury you. I just don't... I don't understand. You know. You mean I can't rest while there are enemies nearby? What are you talking about? See? I will never not find funny the taking a knee for like 3 seconds to rest. I just... It's just great. Seriously, you deserve what you get. I'm like, you know what, dude? Oh my gosh, how many of these Get Yankee things are there? Oh, okay, great. Can I summon this guy, please? Alright, now I don't want to use those acid arrows actually. I want to use these because they're +2. Can you please go down there? Ah, the joys of the Neverwinter Nights 2 inventory system. My goodness, dude. That's great, yeah. Wonderful. Okay, I want you to sell that. I want you to sell that. That death was unbearable. Oh. It was brutal. Alright, I hate to do this again. I don't like to... This is the problem I had with Icewind Dale, was it's just way too much resting. So I don't like to do that too much in here, and I try not to, but in this particular case, like...
You're...
Sure, I can do that.
I wonder if these guys just keep spawning, because that would be unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Ring of Cyan. Oh, it just produces light. Okay, that's great. Nobody cares.
Yes.
Let's quick save and move on. Yeah, I think what's going on here has something to do with this microphone, like just the camera not getting it, and I don't understand why. I don't want to set up a manual focus situation, because like one of the things that's awesome about this camera is the incredible autofocus. But if it keeps doing that, I can't be babysitting it all the time. So if it keeps doing that, I'll have to make a decision about what to do with it as far as manually focusing it. It's an amazing camera, but... Oh, look. Everybody get out of the fire. I like how that fire also never goes away. It just keeps on burning. Sweet wheels keep on turning.
Everybody, follow me.
Follow me and quickly.
Okay. It does. It does have an eye autofocus. It has one of the best eye autofocuses actually in the industry. It does have an eye autofocus. But for some reason, and that's why I think this is throwing it off, that and the fact that the lighting situation is a little, because it's, streamer lighting. I don't know. I'll have to work on it when I have more than 3 seconds. We meet again. Like me, you have a talent for finding out-of-the-way places. East Githyanki are one of the strangest sights I've seen in my travels. I suppose the luck of the road brought you here to rescue me. What are you doing here? I came here to see the ill-fared ruins that are rumored to be atop this mountain. Much to my surprise, the area was infested with Githyanki. When they captured me, I think they intended to put an end to my travels altogether, but first they asked me what I was doing here. Want to hear about it? I like how he doesn't even ask, I don't even get a chance to say, ooh, I leveled up too. Nice, okay, I'll deal with that in a minute. When I mentioned that I had some knowledge of the Ilfarn ruins here, they kept me here instead. I don't speak their language, but I assume they were sending for someone else to question me. Then you came along. What do you know about the Ilfarn ruins? I'm not a scholar, but I paid attention to the lessons the road has taught me over the years, and I know a little of the history of this place. Shall I tell you? Tell me what you know. Yeah, you can. Thank you, Commander Dunsel. Tell me what you know. You need to tell me what you know. That's a good call, actually. I may do more of that, Troll. That's a good call. Hey, Commander Dunsel, I showed this to Mrs. Dunsel yesterday, but this one's just for you, okay? First of all, thank you, Commander Dunsel, for the 28 months. I appreciate it. That is awesome. 2 years, 4 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Commander Dunsel. And I want you to see this. I present to you... Here, let me go to... I present to you... Shadowrun, Shadowrun. Da, 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 da. It's official. It is an official Shadowrun SNES cart. So you may now know that I got it officially. So I want you to be aware that that exists. and I'm a man of my word. So I wanted you to know that I did in fact get it. And I have it in my possession. So took long enough to get it, but I did finally get it. It was like almost a month, but I did finally get it. Hey, Mrs. Dunsel. Hey, Optic Nerve. What's up, everybody? Now I have seen with my own eyes what's going on, Critchwitch. Yes, I have. Also, just a quick note. This is apropos of nothing in particular except that I saw Commander Dunsel and the Mrs. Dunsel. I wanted to say that if you folks have not already done so, you should check out, assuming that Mrs. Dunsel is willing to share this, you should check out Mrs. Dunsel's items. Mrs. Dunsel runs an Etsy store. And the Etsy store that Mrs. Dunsel runs has all kinds of really cool stuff. Like, it started as just greeting cards, but now she's making coasters and all of this cool stuff with certain kinds of resin that's food safe and all this stuff. And the stuff is really thoughtful and pretty and, like, functional but also fashionable. So I just wanted to give her a pop because, like, obviously, I'm a huge fan of both Commander Dunsel and Mrs. Dunsel, but I think this stuff is really, really pretty. And I wanted to say that I follow her on Twitter, and I've seen a couple of pictures of the more recent stuff that you've made, and it looks really cool. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So you folks should go check that out. And you should put a link. You should put a link in the chat, because I think there's some good stuff there as well. That's a good question. I don't know yet, Dunsel. I don't know, Commander Dunsel. But some point soon. Some point soon. So, yeah, the Twitter. So it's whatever. Again, it's like, that's why I didn't want to, like, out you without your permission. But, like, if you want to put a link to your Etsy store, please do that. If not, then I guess you'll have to follow my Twitter. And then I will eventually like more pictures and things from this particular Twitter. And so, there you go. Good. I'm glad you're willing to say. Yeah, so definitely check it out because it's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Like, it really is nice stuff. It really is nice stuff. So. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, so you're right, actually, Troll. I need to do more with that. I haven't run into that problem, but I started using this wind thing, which is a lot easier than my wrap pop filter that I used to have. So I like this a lot. I like the whole mic setup much more than I used to, but I do think it sometimes interferes with this. So yeah, I will look at doing that and maybe setting up a scenario where I can use that. And it doesn't always happen. The focus problem doesn't always happen, just once in a while. But anyway, I'll look into it. So thank you. Okay. Long, long ago, the Ilfarn had reached the height of its power, and like most glorious empires throughout time, they slipped into, let's say, comfortable apathy. The Netheril, a rival empire, were considered mostly harmless by the Ilfarn, until one night where the Netheril attacked the Ilfarn at this very place. They used their powerful magic to utterly annihilate the Ilfarn here. They left no man, woman, or child alive, although they did left some birds and a couple of dogs and a cat. They did this in order to send a message to the Ilfarn. The Ilfarn Empire got the message, and it propelled them into the creation of some sort of great guardian. I'm not too well versed on the Ilfarn Guardian, though I hear it was created in another Ilfarn city somewhere in the Sword Coast. I'd dearly love to find that place. Thanks for the story. You're quite welcome, but now I must be moving on. I'm getting old, and I haven't many good traveling days left to me. I want to make the most of them. He always says that after he tells me a story. Good journey to you, traveler. No, but I meant it, Mrs. Dunsel. Like, I really was looking at it and going, you know what? This is really pretty stuff. And I've had some good luck getting some stuff from different storefronts on Etsy. So anyway, may you see many profound sights and live to tell your grandchildren of them. Wait, where's all your stuff? All right. Okay, it's time to level up. Let's do it. Let's level ourselves up. Level up. What? Level up. Okay. So, Arcane Archer. So, okay, here we go. Third level, and I think that's what I am. I'm going to be a third level Arcane Archer. Once per day, a third level Arcane Archer may fire an arrow that unerringly flies to its target, ignoring any and all cover, concealment, or other factors. When this ability is used, no attack roll is made. The target is automatically hit and takes damage as normal. That is when you absolutely positively need to take a mofo down, it's Arcane Archer, third level, Seeker Arrow to the rescue. Okay, let's go with another point of diplomacy. I could use Spot. And listen. Outstanding. All right. So Seeker Arrow. There we go. Lovely. That's it right there. I love it. The other thing, too, is that right now I have Enhanced Arrow +2. So every 2 levels of Arcane Archer past first, the enhancement goes up by +1. So right now my Enhanced Arrow is at +2. Next level, I think it goes up to +3, if I'm not mistaken. So we're getting there. We're getting there. 6 Ranger, 1st Sorcerer, and 4 is Arcane Archer. Yeah. So, good stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Let's level up Nishka. Guess what, Nishka? You're a rogue. You're getting a rogue. Guess what else I want you to do? I want you to disable device. I want you to listen. I need you to have some lore. I need you to open locks. That's really important. I need you to search. I need you to move silently. Did I mention lore? Because that's really important. I don't really care about sleight of hand. Just give me more lore. All right. That's good. And let's give you another... Use magic device. Okay. Let's see. Combat expertise. Disarm. Rapid shot. Blah, blah, blah. Proficiency feats, able learner. Resist disease. We could get a spell focus and disable device, but eh. All right, crippling strike. That's pretty cool. Additional 2 points of strength damage when they make a successful sneak attack. I like that. Potentially lethal blow. Make a reflex saving throw. Only half damage. That's okay, but it's too limited in use, I think. Improved evasion. It's okay. Opportunist. +4 competence, both attack. Skill mastery. When using disable trap, open lock, set trap. Okay, that's pretty good. Slippery mind. Will save versus mind affecting spells. Okay. I like this crippling strike. Okay.
Yeah.
Did Configuration Queen just go over and give a little bit of support? Because that's pretty sweet. This is my surprised face. Not surprised. Configuration Queen, first of all, has proven to be a nice person. Is an Arvanaut, so that speaks for itself. And also is connected to Trifid. So, you know, just favorited a few items. Nice. All right. Let's see. Oh, Bishop. Do I even care about you? You're going to be out of my party so fast. Whatever. Spot, survival, search, I guess. I guess set trap. I guess we put a point and heal. I love that he has no points in diplomacy. You got that right. All right, 2 points in heal. Yay, whatever. Don't care about you, Bishop. All right, Kelgar. Back to people that I do care about. All right, fighter. Yeah. Let's see. We are going to have you taunt because I really don't want people to go past you. I think you could use another parry. With so few skill points. That was a pretty boring level up. I got to be honest.
I am listening.
Gotta be honest. I think you know. Okay. All right, over the arc. Continuing. Sounds good. Oh, worked late last night? Oh, man. So many people have been talking about how hard they've been working lately. I really love how this thing is just up all the way, so it's perfectly suited not to be able to see them coming from a distance. And given the pathfinding of one's NPCs, it's even better. Hey. Okay, Seeker Arrow. You just killed my freaking familiar again. Stop killing my bunny. Alright, well, you go on with your bad self then, Kelgar. Alright, longsword +1, don't really care. Alright. Still using the Harvest Cup. A bear familiar, a bunny familiar. A bear really companion, animal companion. A rabbit familiar. And 3 followers. Pretty much. Yes. This guy, Bishop, sucks. He's the only... He came with me because he's the only one who will lead us to this base. But he's chaotic evil and I hate him and he sucks. Nishka is not great. She's very good at what she does, but she's obnoxious and annoying. But she's the only legitimate rogue that I have in the party, so I need her. Kelgar's a cool dude. He's fighter dwarf has interest in being a monk because they kicked his butt in a tavern one day. So he's not bad. And then Bruno's my bear. If I want to drop Bruno like a bad habit, and normally I would include probably Cassavir, who's a cleric and is a pretty good fighter in there, or maybe Grobnar, who's a gnome bard. Definitely not Bishop. The rest of the characters, I mean, if I really could, I'd get rid of Nishka, but as I said, Nishka is just not, there's not much, there really are no options for a legitimate, honest-to-God rogue, so that's the problem we have there. It'd be great if my rabbit could stay up for more than 3 seconds without dying, because I take a hit to my ability score every time the rabbit dies. Better a rabbit follower than a rabbit follower. Now that's an interesting tale you got there, Triffin. That was kind of a hair-raising joke, to be honest with you. We actually do have a bunny here in our house, which is cool. Come on, there's a fire there. Where are the bad guys? What? Ooh. The cave. Remember your failure at the cave. Alright, the classic campfire set outside the cave for no reason. Can't live with rogues, can't live without them, yep. I mean, some rogues are cool. Just not this rogue. Keep hopping along. I would say that was a watership moment for your joke telling.
Ambushes, now a dark cave filled with gif. Why are we
Get
wasting time over this farm girl again?
We're wasting time because we need her and because you suck, Nishka. That's why. That was a deep cut right there. Thank you for the raid, Hadnix. Yay! Oh, Emir Frith. Yeah. So much love for Watership Down. Thank you, Hadnix, so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to some Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Thank you, Hadnix. I appreciate it, man. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Duskborn. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, Chandra's, well, she's annoying too, but we need her because we need to find out where Em and Jaro's hideout is. Secondly, shut up. Thirdly, shut up. I'm the leader here. I'm the decider. You just sit there and freaking disable traps when I tell you to. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you, Raiders. Hadnix, what were you playing today? She's in danger, and it's our faults. That's why we're here.
Fine. I was just saying.
Thank you, Duskborn.
This seems like an awful lot of effort over some peasant girl. I mean, that is all she is to you, right?
What does that matter?
Because I asked you? I mean, I've stuck with you this long without needing more than one rescue, and now we've had to save her, what, 3 times now?
Listen, okay, I'm going to talk more about Nishka in a minute. First of all, Vampire the Masquerade Shadows of New York. Awesome. Awesome, Hadnix. That's cool. How was it? Did you have a good time? Yes, I am not. I never tell chat to shut up. I do tell this character to shut up. I mean, let's be clear here that Nishka, we met Nishka when I saved her from certain death. When she was getting freaking pwned by a bunch of guards who were doing all this, like, saying all these racist things to her. I saved her, all right? I brought her into the mix. And the thanks I get is for her to be like, what, how many times are we going to save her? I'm like, how many times am I not going to throw you into that fire pit behind you? That's the question you really need to ask, Nishka. Good gravy. Yeah, rabid profanity. Oh, God, yeah, Hatnix. This is my worry about Disco Elysium, that, or used to be. I know that it's fully voiced now, but like just so much freaking text, you know? Yep. It was terrible. Fortunately, we're in prime time, so I think that we'll be able to get past Twitch terms of service, even though you were swearing in rabbit time. All right. Let's see. We placed Chandra in danger, and it's our duty to rescue her. Thank you, actor. Welcome to the Argonauts.
Well, then let's go in and get this pathetic rescue over with. Since that's what you seem to do with everyone you meet, regardless of how you feel.
I hate this person. Ugh.
Zieri has foretold your coming, Kalakcha. She has sent me to end you.
I'm surprised you're talking to me. Most Githyanki just attack.
I enjoy knowing my prey, Kalakcha. I find it sweetens the taste of their death. Zieri allows me this luxury.
And who might you be?
My name is unimportant. You need only know that Zieri has granted me the honor of killing the Kalakcha and taking your head as a trophy back to the astral plane.
If I collected the heads of every Githyanki I've killed... That's such a great line. All right, Zieri. I keep hearing that name. Who is Zieri?
Zieri is a sword stalker of the highest order.
He really is.
She is favored by
It
the
is a lot
Lich
of fun,
Queen
Hadnix.
and has slain countless enemies.
Sword Stalker?
We sword stalkers are an elite order, tasked by the Lich Queen to recover our silver swords that have been lost and hunt the fools that steal them.
Do your swords get stolen often?
Silver swords are the Lich Queen's sacred gift to her knights.
Oh, thank you, T
Many
Presence.
outsiders covet
That's
their
my
power.
persuasion
Their
mask.
theft is the highest crime an outsider can commit.
It's time to chew more scenery, Kalakcha. This morning I had some waffles with delicious syrup and butter. I was given the honor of consuming these while also eating an over-easy egg. I enjoyed all of that while washing it down with a glass of orange juice and some fresh water. I then went out to water my garden, Kalakcha.
Like, I mean, what is, like, really? Just like... How's this guy around the dinner table?
Could you pass me the bread, which is toasted well and evenly on both sides?
Jesus, dude. All right. Who is the Lich Queen?
Vlakith, the Lich Queen has been our leader for millennia. Her greatness is second only to Gith herself. I don't wish to speak of her further.
Because she's too great.
Tell me about Gith.
Gith is our savior. It was by the strength of her conviction and the power of her sword that she freed our people from our enslavement to the Illithids. Long live Gith! Long live Gith!
You speak as though Gith is still alive.
Gith lives. Of that, every Githyanki is certain. But she is lost to us. Some say she is imprisoned in Bator.
If Gith still lives, why do you follow the Lich Queen?
You dare question my devotion to the Lich Queen? Slay the Kalakcha! For Zieri! Zieri! There is a problem.
Zieri
Handle
is...
it. I am not finished here.
Zieri is not here. Sir, I didn't mean to interrupt. The waffles you requested are not yet ready. What?
Yeah, good shooting, Tex. Like, the guy comes running up to him, he's like, "Sir, we have a problem."
What is it, you insolent fool?
Your target, sir.
What of him?
He's killed every single Githyanki who's given this exact same speech, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes. He's killed to date 753 separate Githyanki.
For Zieri!
Like, he just, at a certain point is the dude like,
I've looked into it, Kalakcha, and it appears that you are better than me. I acknowledge this, and although I hate you, I am not going to
cannot
challenge
carry
you.
this weight and
Instead,
still
I am
move.
going to leave and never come back. Long live Gith and me.
Like,
Can't move. Carrying too much stuff.
let's see. Let's give a cure serious wounds to you. Okay.
My waffles.
Oh man, I just love the fact that in the middle of his monologue, he's just kind of like, he's like, wait a minute, sir, we have a problem. What is the problem? Sir, you are a moron. AC bonus +1, fortitude +1, C invisibility 3, 1 use per day. I think, problem is, I think this armor,
Yes.
I think he's already got better armor right now. Actually, wait, maybe he doesn't. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Okay, that's a lot better. I didn't realize that. Okay. All right. Good stuff.
I am listening.
Okay, that was all good except that he killed my animal companion. Fortunately, I have another one. You've heard of Bruno? Now welcome Cluno, the brother of Bruno. I love the fact as an arcane archer that you can pick up these regular arrows and they count as +2 arrows because of his ability as an arcane archer. And when he goes up another level, they will count as +3 arrows. That's nice. Okay. Let's give you these. I like he's like, what's your name? My name is not important, Kalakcha, because I am about to die, like all the 835 other Githyanki you've slew to date. You've slain to date. I meant to be grammatically incorrect there, Kalakcha. Just be aware. Okay. And all of this to save Chandra, who can tell us where Amanjero's haven is, so we can go there and get the next bit of information. Oh, what the heck is going on here? We have a battle between Succubi, Charmed Githyanki, and my daughter's here.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome back, my love. You going to bed?
Yeah.
Did you have fun with, Okay. Yeah, my daughter's social schedule is picked up. She was invited across the street to our neighbors, where there's 2 kids that are her age, or 1 kid who's her age and 1 kid who's younger. So she went over to have dinner with them and then came back here, and she's feeling all very grown up and proud of herself. So it was all cool. Hey, Bob Bear. Okay. Meanwhile, I am out of that, so I'm just going to...
My weapon is useless against them.
Wow. Critical hit. This succubus is no joke. Fortunately, some things can hit her. Right. Goodbye, succubus. That was weird. I just showed up and the succubus is just battling the Githyanki, and I was like, alright. That's good to know. I guess I could have let them fight it out amongst themselves more, but... Okay. So, I want you to take that. No, that's not actually what I want to do.
Follow me.
That was my fault. I don't want to do that. I want you instead... Forget I said that. I want you instead to give that to him because he is the pack mule. I mean, the dwarf, who is highly respected. Yeah, it's super
Follow
cool.
me and quickly.
It's one of the reasons that we moved to this community is the is that it really is a community. It's kind of a throwback where a lot of people really do know each other and are just sort of, you know, everybody kind of knows each other and there's just it's just a much better community feel, and so I really like that. And this event that I keep talking about and I can't speak more about. It's not an NDA exactly, but I can't talk more about this event that I'm having tomorrow until after it happens. But this event is partially for the community in a way, so it's cool. Oh, also I need to rest so I can get Imbue Arrow. There we go. Hey, what's up, Bulgaris? That is what I have heard. The main story of the main campaign here has been okay. I have not minded it too much. Oh man, I got to talk to them before I kill them. That's unfortunate. So I have not minded it too much, but I would not say it's, you know, deathless RPG storytelling, right? It's not going to make anyone forget Planescape Torment anytime soon. But I do think that I think it's serviceable. I think it's getting better. And what everyone says is that once you get past this first section, the first portion of the story, then it really, really picks up. Obviously Mask of the Betrayer is well known, and one of the reasons I wanted to play the main campaign first is that everyone told me that the Mask of the Betrayer really is just an extension of the main campaign, essentially. So it makes a lot more sense if you play the main campaign first. So that's the idea. No, I think we're a little bit past it now, Bulgaris, but we're not like... the game, yeah, we are past the first part, but not a way past.
Leader and
Whoa.
retrieve the shards from her Zexus. Leave no one alive.
Wait, what?
As for these newcomers, deal with them.
The Githyanki leader? What the flip was... What? Okay, that's a bunch of succubi. Okay. Gotta heal you. And healing you again. I don't have anything else that I can hit her with. That's unfortunate. That was a very large mouth, is right, VTech.
My weapon is useless against this.
Okay. Haha! Booyah! Kelgar doing some work. I don't know what the hell's going on. It looks like we've got factions of succubi going on here. That's what it looks like. Bunch of charmed Githyanki. Cold iron or silver weapons. Oh, yeah. I don't think I'm fresh out of that. I don't have any silver arrows. Yes, that's exactly been my problem with Bishop for the beginning. Is I'm like, dude, you know, stop with the edgelord business. Like, really? Just like, I do what I want because I want to make money and all that matters is me. I'm like, yes, I know you're. I loved your shtick when I was eating you for breakfast when you were debating for NYU. But in the meantime, if you wouldn't mind just joining the rest of the adults, that would be lovely. Notice how cunning my moral philosophy is. That dude should hang out with Kalak Cha, yeller guy. Whatever, Kalak Cha. Whoa, what do we have all these, like... Okay. He was doing some good work, too, Bruno was. Oh, he's level drained? Oh, well... Alright, here's how we deal with a level drain. Hey, guess who's not level drained anymore? Exactly. A lot of Ayn Rand. You know, Atlas Shrugged is really a powerful example of understanding one's true place. And have you ever heard of a band called Pink Floyd? Oh, hi. You all look wonderful there, all gathered together like little honey bunches of oats. Let me just hit you with a little imbue. There we go. Oh, entangle, that's cute. Alright. I'll tell you what, the imbue arrow is a lot of fun.
How can I help?
Lots of fun. Not for that. There is some friendly fire actually that can happen. But not for a lot of the, like, fireballs and stuff like that. Okay. You need to go down here. You need to go down here. You need to reorganize.
Follow me and quickly.
You need to give bark skin. Actually, wait. Can I use... Oh. Well, I just used it on myself. That was not what I meant to do. That's unfortunate. Not what I meant to do. It's alright, though. The Neverwinter Nights 2 Arvin Elrond edition? Yeah. I should make my own vocal tracks separately available. All right. Ooh. What do you have? Did I miss you before? Oh. Right. A DLC voice pack. What the? Oh, an imp. Kaboom. See ya. I'm better than you, dude. So there's some fight going on here between the people who know, the people who already have Chandra, the ones who want her back. There is trouble in paradise. Apparently not everyone believes that one should long live Gith. I never understood the point of putting a trap in a cave in an area that you're going to be moving back and forth along repeatedly as like what is the... Okay, remember, like, how difficult is that map? All right, Bob. Remember, you want to go down right next to the one part that goes off to the left. We got a fireball trap. There's a magic missile trap there. I think somebody actually triggered the spike trap, so you're probably okay, although I'm not 100% sure. So if you could just take it easy on the stairs, because I think we might have, like, geez. Like, I understand setting a trap in a treasure room. I understand setting a trap in, like, I don't know, one door that you never use, but you know your enemies are likely to try to get into. But, like, what is the point of...
How can I help?
Of, you know, like, trapping your own hallways?
I am listening.
Like, liability issues alone. Chances are just that cool. Man, I'm gonna have to go back down and get some water. Going through it like it's going out of style. The nice thing is that because this is all on a flat level, it means that I am... Oh, God. Usually... We're going to have to rest here. I am able to see the enemies coming, which makes it a lot easier for me to prep stuff like I just did with this. Now, unfortunately... I'm not allowed to damage them from a distance on this because I have to have some conversation with them about how I'm going to kill them. So, that's unfortunate. And also we have, like, this guy. Whoa.
Listen, when I strike it, it's like the tolling of a bell.
That's hilarious.
I can still smell the stench of its creator on its surface, running deep into the ore. Why would the Gith keep such a thing, as broken as it is?
I guess.
We should tear it apart. See if its limbs twitch when cleaved from the body.
Hey, wait a minute.
Why, it seems one victim has drawn others.
Can I keep the blade golem? Is that... Can I do that? Okay. I mean, they just have to keep them occupied, basically, while Kelgar rips them apart. Now, they're not actually ripping them apart right now.
My weapon is useless against it.
I wonder if I can hit with a acid splash? Can I hit you with Ray of Frost? Fortunately, they're not really doing much damage to Kelgar, so... I mean, I'm just gonna Ray of Frost this thing. I don't know that that's doing anything either. Can you sleep?
Anything being torn apart by demons is an ally in my book.
What? You've never seen a construct?
We get our own blade golem?
I don't have much appreciation for magic, but you have to admire the workmanship here. It looks to be made of solid steel. Oh, and stay clear of those bladed appendages. They look sharp.
I remember fighting this thing in Neverwinter and it fled through a portal.
Obviously, this thing wasn't on the Gith-Yankee side, whatever it was. Or those demons. Which means there's someone else tracking our movements.
Great.
How many enemies do you have anyway?
Well,
There's almost more than I can count.
Well, it starts with
There's
you.
a surprise.
Watch it. But you know, seems to me this thing could be worth some coin. Let's take it with us. Sell it off to a wizard.
I mean, can you come with me? I would like it. Don't sell it off to Wizard. How about you just become my companion? That's what I want. Come on now. Okay. Alrighty then. We will... Oops. Nope. Alright, we'll come back for it after we find Chandra. Whoa, what? Wait, come back. Oh, shoot. Well, so much for that idea. Alright. Fire away. Okay. Imbue Arrow has a remarkable way of ending conversations quickly. Okay. Okay. Now, let's put... Give this to you, because we're selling it. Give this to you, because we're selling it. Give this to you, because I want you to use it. Like right now.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Coming up on that end room up there. So... Hopefully we'll have our answer one way or the other. Oh, wait. We finished off the imbues, and that means we need to rest. So I'm not taking any chances. I want that imbue arrow in preparation. Exactly, Arctor. I would take the golem over bishop 100 times a day and twice on Sundays. Right? I mean, every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Like, 100%. Better personality. And listen, if I'm going to have an edgelord in my party, why not have it be a real edgelord? Yes, it did, Hippo. It'll catch... Don't worry. It'll catch up with you in a couple of minutes. Just wait for it. In a few minutes, that'll boomerang right behind you, and you'll be like, oh! No, it's all right. Listen. I understand that you don't want to acknowledge the brilliance of it. Just give it time. It's a boomerang joke. It'll come back to you. What? Oh, God damn it. Wow. Okay, look. Look at this. I had all these traps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I made 7 out of 8 save versus reflex right there. Nice. It's a blade golem, not an edge golem. Yeah, but it's got an edge to its blades, though. That's my point. Hey, Xenorex, what's going on, man? It's got an edge to its blades. Feel me, Hippo? That's it, Xenorex. See? You know what's up. All right, if you would please, Nishka. Thank you. Crap.
Let's end this.
Look who showed up.
God damn it, you idiot. She literally stands down there and Kelgar's like, all right, let's go. Kelgar. Man. Let's give that to her. This great sword is not that great. Lightning goes to you. Okay. So there's a second level. That's... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Yep, maybe so. Darn it all. I was like, maybe this will just have a single level. Nope. Nope. Multi-level cave. Always got to have you a multi-level cave. Whoa, whoa. All right. The inner complex. That seems troubling. We've got a succubus, a devil, another succubus. All right. This seems not great. I'll be honest, chat. This is not what you want to see. Don't want to see this. Okay. Such a rare opportunity, my sisters. A mighty devil trapped and helpless. Oh. Perhaps we can find a way to amuse him, to lessen his suffering. Or perhaps we could convince him to amuse us. What say you, devil? Are we not worthy of your attention? Sisters, it appears this handsome one is immune to our advances. Sisters, it appears the camera is turned. Such a shame, and to be turned away by such indifference. Why, I'm dreadfully hurt. But is he indifferent to pain? That perhaps is worthy to test. St! We are not alone, sisters.
My weapon is useless again.
Bruno, could you...
My weapon is useless against me.
Oh, Kelgar had something done to him. What have you done to Kelgar? Ow.
My weapon is useless. Time we got to kill him.
Kelgar. Kelgar, eyes front. Kelgar. Oh, finally.
This one then. About time we got to kill him.
And then they
Excuse me, is there a reason you're attacking? Can everybody please attack this? Kelgar, attack her. For the love of God. Oh, yes, boss, I will immediately run away. Jeez, go after the one who's already hurt. Thank you.
Well met. I am grateful to you for ridding me of those nuisances.
Careful, there's something strange about this one. He's making my skin itch.
Ah, it seems you have brought blood of the lower planes with you. Well met to you, tiefling.
Don't talk to me like we're friends. I can smell a trick, so don't try anything, or else you'll be seeing a lot more blood than you expected. She has nothing to do with the business between us. Address me, not her. Fine, I'll just sit here and be a statue. Not a word, not a peep, but But I'm watching this one. Trust me, he's trouble. Yeah, thanks, Nisha. Such prejudices are not uncommon even in the lower realms. I meant no offense. Regardless of your intent, your actions have benefited me. I wish to help you in return if you will allow it. Your offer most likely has a great many catches, but I have precious little patience. Then let us dispense with suspicions and move on to the matter at hand. What do you mean, failure? There's no failure. It's perfect. That convinced him completely. He has renounced himself. He's decided to become an angel. Everything worked. Shia LaBeouf. You see, I am not here by choice. I was bound to this circle by the Githyanki, old enemies of yours, I believe. Once bound, I was forced to shape the barrier you see ahead to prevent any trespass. So how did this Githyanki pass, then? Oh, it was not the Githyanki that commanded such a shaping. My fortunes have shifted, and I have passed from one master to another. The soul of the Githyanki who summoned me was devoured by a Tanari, a demon named Zaxis, a recent arrival. By consuming her, Zaxis has gained the Githyanki's power over me, and I cannot disobey his command. If nothing is done, the barrier, unfortunately, will remain. Tell me about this barrier. What's up, Brockod? Tell me about this barrier. The barrier is no simple thing of stone, metal, or clever lock. Similar to the Githyanki portals, this barrier exists outside this plane. It has been shaped into an extra-dimensional wall through which nothing may pass. You even may say, none shall pass. None shall pass. It cannot be dispelled, but my presence here feeds it and allows it to maintain its shape. Okay, so if I destroy you, then that means your presence won't be there and then the barrier will fall, right? If you were to banish me, however, it would resume its natural shape, a tiny sphere, far less of an obstruction than the wall ahead. How can I banish you? You can banish me by speaking my true name, and of course I will need your promise that you will use it only to banish me. This agreement will be as binding as this circle. If you have any doubts, please know that I only wish free passage for us both. Do you agree? As long as you honor your side in thought and deed, yes. Of course. My kind is bound by laws as well, you know. Now listen carefully. My true name is Mitzelplick. Not Kitzelplim! What? That was the Generation X reference right there. We'll see if anyone got it. My true name is Mephasm. Speak my name and say, I command you be banished from this plane. I command you to join my party, kill all who oppose me, and I want 10,000 gold. Before I free you, I had some questions for you first. There is little time for such questions, but enough. What is it you wish to know? Have you seen a human girl from the 5th dimension? Exactly. Have you seen a human girl, Chandra, pass through here? She came this way, yes, born. That would be B-O-R-N-E, devil, not born from. On the backs of this Githyanki. Blah, 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 blah. Born on the backs of the Githyanki. She now lies ahead in Zieri's hands. What are they planning to do to her? She will be tortured. Zieri will flay the thoughts from her until she is a shell, then sacrifice her according to Githyanki custom. But between you and Zieri lies a Tanari, a demon called Zaxis, and he will do everything in his power to stop you. Okay, tell me about Zaxis. Zaxis is a powerful but otherwise unremarkable Hezru Tanari. If you seek to pass through the inner chamber of the complex, you will have to face him. Fortunately, if you defeat Zaxis, the minions that he has brought with him will be banished back to the Abyss along with him, and you can continue on unimpeded. Is Zaxis his true name? It's from Super Friends. There was a character called Mitzelplick, and the only way you could get rid of him was by tricking him into saying his own name backwards. Which they did like 5 times at least, so. No, that is the name he uses among others of his kind. I do not know his true name, though it may be possible to learn it from him. How can I learn Zax's true name? Not an easy feat. To learn the true name of a being, you usually have to put them in quite a compromising position, such as the one I'm in. How can I defeat him? Zaxis, like most Herzrus, relies on melee combat, where his brute strength and noxious stench can overcome weaker opponents. The best way to defeat him is to keep your distance. If you have anything to protect yourself from poison, I would keep it ready. Why is he after the shards? He has been commanded to. I doubt Zaxxas has given the shards much thought. Only his master has. I saw the one who summoned Zaxxas. Do you know who he is? I do not. But to command an army of demons requires considerable power for a mortal. Yeah, and Supergirl. Yeah, that's right, Triffid. How could he have gotten that much power? There are many ways. Artifacts, pacts with extraplanar entities, or, though doubtful, long years of study. He sent Zaxxas after the shards. Why would he want them? I cannot say. If I were to guess, I would say he either seeks to use their power to achieve his ends, or he wants to prevent them from being used against him. What can you tell me about yourself? I am a devil native to Stygia, the 5th layer of the 9 hells of Baator, and servant to the Still Lord. The Still Lord? The Still Lord is my master, through his command. I bring about change in the depths through word or blood. It is through service to him that a higher purpose is achieved, though that has little to do with your troubles at present. Baator? Baator is the realm of the devils where evil is governed by law. Okay. What about Zieri? Zieri leads the Githyanki and their minions that have been trying to reclaim the shards you carry. She lies ahead in the inner chamber of this complex. Zieri commands her forces through a portal between your world and the astral plane. Okay, why is she after the shards? The shards you carry are pieces of one of their precious silver swords. Zieri is a sword stalker whose duty is to seek out missing silver swords. How do I stop her? Zieri is old, ancient by your measure, but her body has not aged because the astral plane is timeless. While she remains there, she will retain the strength of her youth. The key to defeating her is to lure her into the material plane, where her body will instantly age, perhaps to the point where she will be unable to defend herself. How do I lure her through the portal? You must either anger her enough to confront you, or you must find a way to collapse the portal. It is an extra-dimensional door, so doing so will not be easy. Okay, how do I do it? Zieri's will holds the portal open. If she's destroyed, the portal will close. Okay, but we have to destroy her, though, so... It has cost the Githyanki much in time, power, and soldiers to erect such a portal. Once destroyed, they will be hard-pressed to make another. And if they attempt it, it will be most likely too late to serve their purposes. Alright. Okay. Very well. Invoke my true name and release me from this plane. Mephasm, I command you be banished from this plane. At last, I feel the circle unraveling. And look, the barrier relaxes into its normal shape as promised. I shall call it to me so you might see. Look, barely a pebble and an obstruction no more. Here, keep it. It may be of use in the time between our next meeting. Next meeting? Not if we can help it. Ah, would that you were able, little one. What's up, Dexter? They're called dimensions because everyone in them are dim. Oh, man. Mitzelplick always looked like a little... reminded me of a leprechaun. We will meet again. Okay, we got an interdimensional sphere. This sphere is all that remains of a deactivated mystical field. It seems to ripple in strange ways, and the very space around it seems distorted and warped, as if the sphere has attempted to pull itself into another plane. I wonder if... I have an idea about this. That's great. That's one hell of an awesome extra-dimensional sphere. I don't mind telling you. All right. I imagine the use of that will become clear to me later. All right, and we're going to need to rest because everyone is, like, diseased, tired, drained. Sell. Sell. There we go.
How can I help?
Now, she's been level drained, and that's a problem. Because I think...
I am listening.
Yeah, she's been level drained. Man, how do I... Do I have anything in the way of lesser restoration? I do.
How can I help?
What? Really? Alright, sleep well, Triffid. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that alien rock god. Wait, what? Okay. Alright, that's a problem. Do I need greater restoration?
Everybody, follow me!
I am listening.
That's a problem. Yeah, sleep well, Triffid. That's bad.
Yeah.
So that's not good. I'm gonna have to go to a priest. It's not a problem, it's an amateurism. That is a big problem. Least favorite D&D mechanic, by the way, is definitely level drain. I hate level drain. It sucks.
Can't move! Carrying too much stuff.
Shut up, level drained one.
Yes.
Fire resistance, doom, flame weapon. This is bad. Yeah, negative energy attacks that destroy max HP. Yeah, level drains just suck. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I mean, I guess greater restoration would be the thing that would get the job done, I guess. She can't even use her wands now. Actually, wait. That might just be because she's out of charges. Yeah, this is not good.
Yes.
Maybe I need greater restoration.
How can I help?
Okay.
I am listening.
If you're listening, then kaboom.
Give me.
Let's kill these fools.
Kill this guy. Get rid of the imps. Wait. Get back, rabbit.
I can do that.
Ah, you killed my familiar. And my animal companion. You will pay. Hey, Kelgar. Dude, these succubi suck. Literally. Right, but the level drain happens a lot less, though.
My weapon is useless against this one.
Hey, Kelgar.
My weapon is useless against this one.
About time we got to kill him.
My weapon is useless against this one.
Okay. I need greater restoration.
Yes.
That's not it.
Follow me and quickly.
Maybe if I just rest 750 times. That'll get the job done. Oh, shoot. That's right. Okay. Has to be melee. Oh, man alive. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess back in Neverwinter, though. Okay.
My weapon is useless against it.
Kelgar, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, I didn't do anything. Anytime you wake up, Kelgar.
To battle! Take that! Take that!
And Kelgar is the only one who's really doing much damage to her. Yeah. Well, I don't actually know. I mean, I'm guessing Greater Restoration is going to work here, but I kind of needed to because I don't have a lot of options. Okay, that was not very interesting. Doing a lot of resting. And she is... That level drain is not going away. Alright, let's hit the other side and see what we find. I don't actually remember having seen a priest. I think, I mean, other than Cassavir, but who's a paladin. But I must have, I guess.
How can I help?
False life. None of that matters.
I am listening.
Okay, now we go this way. Try to avoid the flame circle of death. Or, you know, run right through it. That's another option.
Let's end this.
Come on. Nice. Oh, I hit her that time. That's interesting. Why was I was hitting her, like, for some reason I was not hitting her before, and I hit her this time. And I don't know why, although I do know that, once again, we've got everyone diseased, or somehow affected. Alright. Yep. Okay. Kaboom. Oh, hi there. Oh, nice. Well, there were things in here. Oh. Whatever was over there, it's dead now. A broken item, you say? No one saw that. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure that wasn't a scroll of greater restoration. I'm sure that that had no problem at all. That was just fine. Alright, we took care of the preamble. Now it's time to move on to the main document. Go through the barrier, try to find Zieri, try to find this Zaxxas dude. Try to beat them and then go find a priest to heal up Nishka. And hopefully save Chandra, who hopefully is going to be a little more grateful, excuse me, than she typically is. Because this is not exactly, manners are not really her stock in trade, quite honestly.
Follow me and quickly. Let's end this.
Okay.
About time we got to killing.
Man.
Let's kill these fools.
Goodbye. Alright, Kelgar, whenever you're ready to come out of being confused, whatever it is. Charmed, yeah. These succubi have been no fun at all. Go over there, please. Okay. All right.
I am listening.
Another rest. I've been playing this really more, honestly, like Icewind Dale is what this has been like. Okay, you're starting to annoy me. Camera stand. I want you to stay right there. Don't want you to move. I want you to stay right there. Stay there. Thank you. Okay. Right. So far, so good. Only real issue here has been the situation with Nishka. Oh, it's this guy. Alright, well. We knew this time was coming, chat. And now it has. Oh, man. Alright.
Zaxxas does not know you got past the barrier, but Zaxxas is pleased to see you.
Oh.
All our bashing of rending have failed to open this door, but our claws will tear you easily. Well, this one needs some pride knocked out of him, I think.
Agreed. Let's put some arrows through his eyes. Hold on, I want to get some information out of him first.
What? Talk with that? Don't be a fool.
Seems smart to me, and he does look pretty dumb. He sure does have an odd smell, though. Alright, well, wait for now, but he makes a move, I'm letting arrows fly.
Why do you wait, mortal? Do you fear to face Zaxxas?
We are both here for the same reason, and that door blocks both our progress.
Zaxxas needs nothing from you, mortal, except to hear you scream.
Finally!
I said speaking of this thing was a waste of time. Get them, slaves. You may consume the flesh, but leave the entrails for Zaxxas.
They're so cute at that age.
Flay them! Attack them! I would do the same thing as soon as I get up from being constantly knocked down.
Aha. Door is open. And Zieri, I assume. I presume. And Chandra. Alright, so much for the mighty Zaxxas. That was a very uneventful fight, I gotta be honest. That's pretty awesome, actually, Dunzel. That's pretty awesome. What's up, Dragon? Yes, it is Neverwinter Nights 2.
Yes.
Neverwinter Nights 2. Amulet of Will +3.
Follow
Interesting.
me.
Natural armor +2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'll give you your Amulet of
Yes.
Will +3, even though I hate you. Con +1. Will +1.
Yes.
I'm not giving it to Bishop. Screw you. I'm just going to take the money. Go on, take the money and run.
I am listening.
Cruising Twitch and thought I would stop in and say hi. Hi, Dragon. Yeah, welcome. This is, we have definitely been having a lot of fun playing through this. I'm looking forward to Mask of the Betrayer, which is the first reason that I started playing this in the first place. But I have been enjoying this, although I'm looking forward to not quite so much 60 million combats in a row, but I think we're moving in the right direction with this story. It's certainly better than the Neverwinter Nights 1 main campaign, let me tell you what. Whoa. What have we here? 18 shuriken. Those are useless. Those bolts are useless. Okay, you identify. Identify! Alright.
How can I help?
Searing light and hold person. Right. That's really great. To be sold. Still mad about Erebeth? Yep, we do a lot of tabletop RPGs here, actually. With a lot of different campaigns. So if that kind of stuff floats your boat, you are in the right place. And you had all the Neverwinter Nights 2. You started, yeah. Well, I played Neverwinter Nights 1, all of it, and won it. And I played Tyrants of Moonsea. I played here on this channel a couple of years ago. I played a little bit of Neverwinter Nights 2 main campaign back in the day, like maybe 6-7 hours of it. And now I've played about 35 hours, so I'm well into it now in a way that I wasn't before. I did have my first novel was actually turned into a module for this called The Third Sign, which is based on my book, The Third Sign. So I was always interested in NWN2, but I never was able to play the main campaign, nor Mask of the Betrayer, which I've heard many good things about. So, and Storm of Zephyr too, although that may be a little more not as cool. Yeah, but if you like that stuff, then welcome. Yes, there's actually a there's a link to it. I don't have it at the moment, but it's by Alex Hugan, who actually worked on the Shadows of Westgate expansion, I think, for this very game. He was the one who did that for... Ooh. Can I hit you? No, I'm going to have to, like, go and talk first. But he was the one who did the Third Sign conversion, so... Alright.
Though these demons were unanticipated, your arrival was not. I've seen it burning brightly in my visions for some time. How long did you think you could escape us? You have stolen our shards.
Mysteries of Westgate, that's right.
With your touch. And now you will die, Kalakcha.
Oh, you're all really impressive. Know that I have come here in the hope we can reach a peaceful understanding.
Know that you are in no position to demand anything from me. You will answer for your crimes, along with this frail thing that carries the last of the Jero blood.
I have indeed, Dragon. I have indeed. This is a much better office setup than I had, for sure. I deserve to know what crimes I've committed.
You already know your crimes.
Damn it.
There is no need to recount them now to stall judgment.
I need to improve my diplomacy even further. What do you want with Chandra?
Why, the same thing you want from her. She is the last known descendant of one who stole a silver sword from us.
Yep, failure. Am and Jero stole one of your silver swords?
You already know the answer. The time for your deceptions is over.
But Am and Jero died long ago.
Yes. The lives of humans are all too brief. But their sins are passed to their kin. And so has Amanjero's crime passed to his descendant.
That seems totally fair. Not at all. Why are you looking for a sword after... How do you expect Chandra to lead you to the silver sword?
Within her thoughts, somewhere is the knowledge I seek. I will leave no memory unturned, no shred of self untouched. And when I have what I need, I shall execute her.
Why are you looking for a sword after all this time?
His sword!
Born a failure.
The blade he stole from us was broken. Instead of prying the blade from his hands, we must hunt down the mess of his crime. Now you will face your punishment, Kalakcha. It is why your path brought you here, and why the shards you carry will soon be added to mine.
The thing you're behind, what is it?
It is a door shaped by my people. One that leads to the realms of the Githyanki, and maintained by my will alone.
Githyanki attacked me first. You were the ones to blame.
They did so in response to your crime. As you carry the shards, so must you carry the guilt as well. If you were in the astral plane, the Lich Queen would see that you were slowly tortured, killed, and then raised again for countless cycles. Your crime merits many deaths.
Yeah, I'm not in the astral plane now, so... Fine, take me to the Lich Queen, I'll kill her too. You aren't the Lich Queen, so do you really have the authority to carry out my sentence? Ooh, no, I'm trying to get her out.
Our queen has reigned for a millennium, her power only growing stronger. I would gladly bring you before her, but we have wasted enough time hunting you and what you carry with you. Enough of this. Know that I will hear your pleas and allow you this one last chance to atone for your crime.
Atone?
My offer of mercy is this. I will grant a swift, painless death for you and your companions.
Good seeing you again, Dragon.
Hand over the shards you have taken.
What? Let's see. Why don't you come get them?
Did you really think you could keep such relics of my people?
Oh, snap!
They do not belong to you. Odd. I have all the ones you carry, yet it seems you still possess one.
Whoa.
You have a piece of the sword inside of you.
Dang! What's up, Prince Justin?
And I shall remove it from you by force.
Alright, come out of the portal. Ow.
You shall soon trouble no one again.
So congratulations, by the way, to Wiswell, John Wiswell, because I know he just won a Nebula tonight for a short story, and the reason that's special is because, or I think it's really cool, Wiswell's a good guy, and I met Wiswell actually at and I'm calling him Wiswell because his Twitter is @Wiswell, but because I met at ReaderCon, actually, and I had actually helped it was a workshop that Martha Wells and I were doing, a story a long time ago. So I think it's really cool. So I'm glad that John got that. Yeah. So, and John it was like the first one is up for, and kabam, immediately gets one. It's pretty good. Destroy the portal, let's go.
Give me a moment, and this will all be over.
Let's go, let's load up. Destroy this thing. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Dragosphere?
Sure, I can do that.
Oh. Gotta destroy some others, apparently. Gotta blow that thing up. What's up, Coven? Yeah, but that's great. Blow this thing up. The portal, no, without it. Nope. You might want to kill us quickly, but that's how not this is not going to go down that way. Have a seeker arrow to the face. Oh, critical hit, 88 points of damage.
You think this is over?
Oh my goodness.
You are wrong, Kalakcha.
88 points
and
of
I
damage.
hope the pain you have brought here is revisited upon you 1,000-fold. The Lich Queen will know of my fall. Yes. But it will be too late. What comes for you will be revenge enough.
We could have resolved this without fighting, but you brought this on yourself.
We were never the ones you had to fear. In defying us, you have harmed your own people and everything on your plane. The Githyanki will strike
Not
at you
failure that
no
time,
longer.
Hippo.
This was the last of our strongholds devoted to the recovery of the shards. There will be no more attacks from my people, because it will serve no purpose. You have sealed your fate.
The alternative was allowing myself to die. Purpose?
The shards you carry were needed. The shard and you all are needed. Evil wakes, Kalakcha. And in killing me, you now stand alone against what comes.
Used to that. And what is that?
An ancient enemy comes for you. One that has existed for millennia. You have
We are
already
your salvation
felt the
through
effects
destruction.
of his presence, and he will grow stronger with time. This enemy, this king of shadows, if he succeeds in his plans, your civilization will become dust, and all life will be consumed by darkness.
Well, that sucked. Who is the King of Shadows?
I will see you in death, Kalakcha. I do not think I will have to wait long.
Welp. Alright, we're going to loot everything here, then we're going to rescue Chandra, and then we're going to go back and pick up that blade golem. Again, lesser restoration.
Yeah? I am listening.
Okay. Arv was mean to the nice lady. I mean, all she kept being is like, your crimes are blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, look, hey, what did I do to you? You know what you did. I don't know what I did. Well, you will face the ultimate penalty, blah, blah, blah. And then I killed her, and then she's like, oh, I didn't expect that. Ooh, bracers of armor +4. That's
Follow
nice.
me in quickly.
I have no bracers? Oh, wow. That is nice. That is nice. I'm liking some 26 AC, let me tell you.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Okay. Greatsword +2. You're going to be giving that away. Dragon blood, lich dust, armor unidentified. Identify that, please.
Can't move.
Also identify
Carrying too
that.
much stuff.
Sell the dragon blood. Sell the lich dust. Alright.
How can I help?
Gauntlets of ogre power. Hell yeah. Strength +2, baby.
Yes.
Yeah, those are strength +3. That's what I thought.
Follow me and quickly.
AC +4 is nice, but I think an extra strength is better.
Yes.
Man, I don't know. That's tough. I'm going to hold on to these bracers of armor because I might give them to whoever joins the party, which is going to be Cassavir. Actually, Cassavir could definitely use those. So, give it back to you. Oh, she still can't identify it? Really? Enkidu's armor. The first example of this item was created for Enkidu, a famed warrior of Karatur and best friend of Gilgamesh. None dared challenge him in fair combat, but he was often subject to sneak attacks from assassins, ninjas, and wujin. His armor was designed to prevent such cowardly action from succeeding, protecting the wearer as well as the honor of the attacker who would otherwise shame himself. Copies have been made, though they vary in power when compared to the original. Okay, 8. AC +1, armor, piercing 5, slashing 5. That's not... Why? What? That is not that great, unless I'm missing something. Ooh. Wow, why is that? That's definitely better.
I am listening.
Yes.
Yeah?
I'm going to also save this for Cassavir.
I am listening.
Okay. Alright, so let's take a look. Let's pick up that chest over there. Whoa. Nishka, if you would. Please untrap that thing.
All done. Everybody, follow me.
Lock it.
I am listening.
Thank you. Miscellaneous small object, huh? Okay. Can you identify this, please?
Everybody, follow me.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Brazier of Commanding Fire Elementals. Summon Fire Elemental 1 charge per use. Yes, I can definitely see value in that. It's for damn sure. And Cloak of Elvenkind. Hide +5. Yes, indeed. I know all about the Elvenkind cloaks, although
I am listening.
I will also give that to the next person. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Now... let's get these things open, and then we'll take care of Chandra. All right, I think we've done everything you can do in this room. All right, Chandra.
I'm getting so tired of this. You have to let me save you sometime, or else I'll never be able to pay you back.
Oh, you're being nice now?
Oh, there'll be plenty of time for you to pay all of us on the way back to Neverwinter.
You all put me in danger. I'm not paying you a single coin.
Oh, then you'll be paying me another way. My bedroll's a little cold at night.
This guy.
I'm thinking you can fix that.
This guy.
Maybe you'd best shut your mouth, Ranger. Your words are starting to anger me.
Oh, really? What a surprise. How'd you like it if I left you here in Luskan territory with your righteousness to keep you company?
Let's see, I won't even be speaking to Chandra like that.
Quick
Bishop.
to defend the farm girl, I see, and not hard to see why from the look of her. But perhaps my words were ill-chosen, just like this journey. Now that we have our precious little treasure, shall we go?
Okay. All right, because we have to go pick up,
Can we go now?
All right, now the only thing I'm not sure about is I want to see if I can pick up that bone golem, but I don't know if that's going to allow us to do that. Anyway, we do that. We get back to Neverwinter. We try to get Nishka healed as much as we can and get her level drain restored. And then we see if we can finally get to this blessed Amanjero's Haven thing. Okay. That's down here. Gather your party before venturing forth. That next to Mount Kilimanjaro, one would hope. Alright. I don't know, is he gonna like go in my backpack? Like, he's like, oh, we'll just leave him here. I'm like, okay. Can I... Okay, that was super exciting. Thanks for the help, guy. I'm glad that I was able to use you. All right, so we've got this other dude, the King of Shadows. The Githyanki were just a distraction. It's not about them. It's about the King of Shadows. Except now that I have all the shards back, plus her shards, I guess. Actually, that's true. I do have another shard, don't I? All right, I got paralysis immunity. Mental bonuses, health bonus, acid and electrical resistance, and physical bonuses. And more mental bonuses. So I feel like I've got a lot of these shards. Alright. Go around here. Here, we go through here. Okay. Whoops, that was an accident.
Can we go now?
Alright, flagon.
Hey, welcome back. Glad to see you've all returned, and in one piece, no less.
No thanks to you. Actually, I discovered I have an extra piece inside.
Huh? What do you mean?
I discovered there is a shard lodged within me.
Inside the wound on your chest. That means you've been carrying around the shard almost your entire life. We had no idea.
Ah, notice the stumble in his words. Your uncle has been keeping secrets, I think.
Silence, Bishop. I don't know if I'm the best one to be telling you this.
He's like,
but if you've got one of those shards in you, I think you've earned the right to hear everything.
all right. I want to hear the whole story.
Dagon probably already told you, but when you were an infant, West Harbor was the site of a battle, a terrible battle. The King of Shadows himself led an army of demons against the Neverwinter army, which had gathered at the village. West Harbor was struck suddenly, without warning. There was panic, confusion, villagers fleeing every which way to escape the battle.
Okay.
But Dagon's wife Shayla and your mother Esmeril did not. They stayed behind to save you. As demons and mage fire rained upon the village, they fought to reach your crib. By the time Dagon even realized they were missing, it was too late. He could only watch from a distance as the village was consumed in the battle.
But I was told my mother died giving birth to me.
It wasn't my decision to keep what happened to your mother from you, and my brother would be furious I told you. I guess he thought it would be too much for you. In any case, when the few that remained returned to the village, no one was alive. Except you. Your mother was there. So much blood, and you were clutched in her bosom. A deep wound in your chest. She tried to shield you, but
Voldemort
the shard
took you
must have
out.
cut through her and into you. No one knew how you survived, but you did, and your wound sealed itself within days, leaving the scar that you still bear. But if that wound was due to the shard that pierced you, then that raises many questions, and I'm afraid I'm just all out of answers.
I'm glad you told me.
It's been with me for a long time. I am glad I could finally speak of it.
Why the long faces, you two? Somebody die? If so, sounds like a cause for celebration to me.
Oh, that's funny, Bishop.
Grobnar, you
Whoa!
worthless half-man. Strike up a tune before I strike you.
Of course, Sir Bishop. It so happens I have just the tune.
By the way, I've decided it would be in both our interests if I stay on with you.
Ah ha ha, guess who will never use you again? A man of your skills is most welcome. Why would you want to do that?
What? Does a man need a reason? Come now. Duncan's kind request was enough to start this, I think. Why not finish it?
We don't need any more of your help.
No, there's no need, Bishop. I'm sorry for before, but you've done more than...
Oh, come now, Duncan. I still owe you. And what better way to make it up to you than watching your kin here? After all, a debt is a debt, all the way until the end. Isn't that right?
I hate to ask, but what happens now? I can't go back to my farm, ashes and all.
Welcome to travel with me if you like.
Travel with us? Her?
I'd have to agree with Nishka. She's been through enough. Do you think that's wise?
Is there some problem?
I'll say, we don't need her weighing us down like Kelgar's belly.
In light of the recent attacks, we may be placing her in more danger than helping. That is all I meant.
Why,
I really
when she's not even going to be
appreciate the
attacked?
sudden interest from the both of you, but I can take care of myself. Besides, whenever I'm alone, that's when the problems seem to crop up.
If she's going to be with us, she'll need to do some catching up. We can't just keep on rescuing her all the time.
Rescuing me? I can rescue myself. Sometimes, when there's not too many lizard men or Githyanki.
Haven't you always wanted the adventuring life?
Well, I know enough to use a sword, and I can handle myself in a fight. I mean, I'm no spellcaster, but if you need an extra blade... I admit, you've rescued me twice now. And if you're going to help teach me to survive these attacks, I accept. But there's some things you're going to have to accept too. I don't like being left behind, because whenever you're out of my sight, suddenly all this trouble starts happening, and I'm really tired of it. So, look. I won't try to get in your way or anything, but I don't want us to part ways again. I've
I get it.
lost too much already. You're not leaving me behind. All right?
I see what's happening. What can I say except you're welcome? Okay.
Then that's all I ask.
Okay. Chandra counts as a free companion and will not leave your side.
So the farm girl's
Free
going to join our
companion.
band. Good. We need someone to make up for the paladin, or at least to catch arrows if Grobnar's already dead. For now, I say we crack some of those kegs and drown the flagon in wine.
Pointing a laser at your face? What? What do you mean, dragon? What are you speaking of, sir? Chapter 2! We made it out of Chapter 1, people. Chapter 2.
Lord Nasher, forgive us.
Oh,
she
really?
said it could not wait.
It is a matter of some urgency, and there is little time. My lord, I come to you with...
You will bow to Lord Nasher.
Of course. I meant no disrespect, my lord.
What brings you here, Torio? If there is some new dispute with Luskan, speak with the Trade Guild first, then...
Oh no, my lord. This matter concerns Neverwinter. There is a murderer loose in your city.
Murderer? And whom has this murderer killed?
An entire village lies dead, my lord.
Naval, have our scouts
Oh, they're
reported
gonna pin
anything
it on
about-
me.
The village was slaughtered, and now the murderer
Man.
hides here within your walls. You
For a
must
crime
initiate
that
a
he
search
just
at
didn't
once.
commit.
Only one of us wears a crown. Yet you dare to give me orders within my halls?
I will do nothing until I confirm this village's destruction. Then, if I see fit, I will act. Do not test me on this.
Whatever pleases you, my lord. But I would act quickly, lest the murderer slip through your fingers. If that were to happen, I have no doubt there would be serious repercussions. I do not need to remind you of the extradition treaty.
By every god and his mother, what a fool I was to ever sign anything bearing Luskan's seal.
I can have Torio detained, Lord Nasher.
No. She would not be so bold if there were not something to her claims. Dispatch scouts, Naval, and order the watch to search the city.
Make
I
it
think
so.
it would be in our interest to find the killer before Luskan does.
If I may, my lord, I have someone well suited to aid in our search. An agent of ours, Sand. I think that he can help us find our true murderer, no matter how deep Luskan tries to hide him.
Sand? I recall that one. I thought he was our eyes, but not by choice.
In this matter, my lord, we may trust him implicitly. He takes a certain pleasure in bringing Luskan truths to light.
Very well. See to it, Naval, and make haste.
Okay. Hi.
There you are.
Who are you?
He is Sir Naval, a member of the Nine, Lord Nasher's bodyguards.
What's this about?
I am here because Luskan has accused you of murder.
Yep, called
An
it.
entire village, no less. Have you heard of Ember?
I traveled through it. I didn't slaughter it.
I've scraped things from my boot that I respect more than Luskan. But unless we find some means of clearing you of these charges, we will have to surrender you to them. We've signed a treaty with Luskan. They have the right to dispense low justice for any crimes committed on their soil.
Low
but I'm not
justice.
turning over a loyal member of the Watch to some Luskan dog on this day or any other. Your guilt is preordained in a Luskan court. If you were a lord, knight, or even a squire, however, then matters would be different. You would be subject to high justice, and your trial would take place here in Neverwinter before Lord Nasher.
Yeah, great.
I need you to go see Sir Grayson, one of Lord Nasher's most trusted knights, and become his squire.
I still
may
haven't
also
gone to
send
Amangero.
a friend of mine to assist you. He has proven invaluable in such
So
cases
much of this
in the
game is
past.
just me being
Mind
like,
you,
oh,
matter
the
must
main
still go to
quest.
trial.
And then it's like,
if you
nope.
cannot prove your innocence,
You got the main quest. Nope.
then you will
get it. Nope.
face execution. For now, let us deal with what we can. See Sir Grayson at once at Captain Berlena's office.
Ugh.
Pledging yourself to Neverwinter service will give us time to counter these Luskan lies.
I already pledged
But until
myself to
you answer
Neverwinter
for these
service like 6
charges,
times over.
The gates of the city will be barred to you.
Man.
Seek out Grayson, but do not leave the city.
No way in the hells will I let those Luskans get their hands on you.
But there's still something we can do, right? Even Naval said as much. All you have to do is pledge yourself to one of the knights and Luskan can't touch you.
And we're innocent, besides. I mean, the slaughter of an entire village? That's going too far, even by Luskan standards.
Is it? If you have something Luskan wants, they'd kill an entire city for it. They don't care. They attacked Neverwinter once, and even now they're sending fleets to attack Ruithim. Give them an excuse and you'll soon find Luskan blades at your gate.
I mean, I'll beat them down.
Duncan, looks like we have a guest.
Oh, as if the day couldn't get any worse. What do you want, Sand?
I am here to help you. And your kin, actually.
Oh, really? And what's the price? If it's more than a half copper, you can see yourself out.
No, I seem to have been given an ultimatum, in fact.
Oh boy.
I have heard of your troubles with Luskan.
Word travels fast.
You're a secret agent.
If you are sent to Luskan, you will be killed. I realize you may find my sincerity difficult to believe, but allow me to act on your behalf. There are laws, and there is right and wrong. Although you may choose to live your life somewhere in between, I do not believe you are guilty of this. And if they should get a hold of you, you will be killed. I believe people should answer for their crimes, but it must be just.
What exactly will happen if I go to Luskan?
Well, at best, they will put you on trial, or what seems to be one, then execute you. At worst, they will dispense with the courtroom mockery and execute you as soon as you step within the gate. And when I say execute, do not think it will be one clean chop of a headman's axe. Luskans have all sorts of inventive ways for executing prisoners that is best not to describe on a full stomach. If you have ever been ruined by politics, you know that at some point one must make a stand, or else more will fall.
I think we should give him the chance. This is not a battle that can be won by swords, and I, for one, am ill-equipped for such a fight.
Sure. After all, a hedge wizard can't make things any worse.
Oh boy.
Maybe all that digging through books might prove useful.
You're not coming with me
If we
there.
need to burn down Luskan, then perhaps we shall seek you, Quara, but your ignorance will cause more damage here than you know. Luskan is not ruled by men, it is ruled by magic, by the masters of the towers, and if they have decided that you are to be delivered to them, then...
So, let them try.
Whatever spark of magic you think you have, you idiot girl, they will bleed from you by demon, spell, and curse until even your father won't be able to save you. And I suspect that what they seek may have consequence beyond you, beyond me, for much of the realms.
Sand, keeping it real. So what do you suggest?
Fortunately, becoming a squire is enough for our needs, and I believe you have already been told about someone who can help you. Sir Grayson, yes?
Dick Grayson?
Let me join with you. I have
already look like Robin.
considerable experience with these matters, and foiling Luskan plots is something I relish.
Okay, so we've got Sand. So he's a wizard. Okay. I get another person. Casimir. Casimir. Damn it. Man. Oh, jeez. Sand. All right, Sand. Oh, her level drain's gone. That's nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am listening. I concur.
Oh, man. All right. Let's see what your deal is, Broseph. Is it J? F? Z? I don't... That's the heads-up display. There we go. I knew there was a quick cast thing here somewhere. Wow. Alright, he's got Greater Stone Skin. That's no joke. He's got Disintegrate. Also no joke. He's got Cloud Kill, which is awfully good. Cone of Cold, which is really good. Missile Storm. Haste is always a good one. Okay. Okay. Good. Alright, so... I know. I should be able to have 10 party members. Dude, you got a dagger? That's it? What the freaking heck, man? Fortunately for you, I think I got just what we need. Pretty sure we have a Cloak of Elvenkind, too.
I am listening. I think it is time everyone march behind me, your new glorious leader.
I mean, he's got nothing. You are terrible. Let's get Cloak of this on you. Bracers of Armor. Okay, thank you.
I am listening.
What else have we got? How are we doing for amulets and stuff? We have Scales of Truth. That doesn't help.
Something you want?
Oh my goodness. And you've got what? You've got a Cold Iron Short Sword. Yes. That's what you got. That's what you got. Alright.
Something you want?
Yes, I want you to put on some freaking armor for the love of God.
Yes.
Alright, what else? City Watch Cloak.
Something you want?
Alright.
I concur.
Follow me.
Let's give that to you. Glittering necklace. Let's give that to you. Another one to you. Fortunately, I have all this equipment I haven't sold yet. Yeah, like, I mean, like, right? These party members are ill-equipped, I think it is fair to say. Okay, we'll give you all the scrolls. Oh my God in heaven. Okay, we're gonna give you most of the scrolls. It's a lot of scrolls. Can you tell that we just got back from a long trip? And we have not had a chance to save anything, to sell anything yet. So that's why we're just taking this stuff and we're equipping everybody right now.
Listening, really.
Okay, so a lot of this stuff I can't use. So you take that, 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 that. Maybe give that to you. Oh, that's good too. Better than fire resistance. Yeah, looks awesome too. There you go. Put on that glittering necklace of yours. No, I said put it on. I meant it. Thanks. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay, now you can't use the Sword Saint Legacy, so give that to you. Use the Ring of Cyan. Amulet of Will. I mean, like, I can't believe that that's what they're actually, like, really? Have a shield. Alright, Great Sword +2. Now we're cooking with gas. There you go. Now we're starting to actually see something working out here. Oh, I can't do that because... Okay, that's unfortunate. Well, that's fine. Rather have you with that. What? Oh, for the love of Pete. Come on, man. Alright. Fine. I'll get you a longsword. Scythe is two-handed, right? rather not have her just using a longsword +1, but... Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, alright, alright. There we go. Okay, so now I want you to sell... I want you to sell that, and that, and that, and that, and that.
Yes.
Alright. I think you have a set of arrows that you can give her. Yes. I don't want her to be shooting arrows, but I absolutely have to. Okay. So it's good with that.
Something you want?
Yes, I need to give you a healing potion.
Something you want?
Yes.
Listening, really.
Something you want?
Yes.
Let's see.
Listening, really.
Okay, you're the more important one.
Something you want?
I concur.
Scribe scroll. Scribe scroll. Scribe scroll. Scribe scroll. Scribe it all. Okay. Lovely. That's much better.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now we're getting it together, I think. Okay, good, 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 good.
Yes.
All right, now we still have a ton of stuff to sell, but at least we're starting to get there. Okay. Right. All right, I think that's it. Inventory management, the game, chat. That's what we're looking at. Inventory management, the game. Okay. Let's rest. And then let's go sell some stuff. Okay, Neverwinter. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We're going to see whether or not Sand is one of the people that I keep. I frankly was more interested in going back to my Cassavir thing, but... Nishka, there you are. You're as hard to track down as ever. Well, with the network of informants you have, Tasha, I wouldn't have thought finding me would be that hard. Or maybe it is when you're as good as I am. So, you're back. Leldon told me. So you and Leldon, you're... Oh yes, but that's old news. And he's better than ever. He's planning one last job before he retires as the greatest thief in Neverwinter's history. One last job? And greatest thief in Neverwinter? How does he figure that? You heard of the Collector? He has the most valuable collection of art, sculpture, and artifacts in Neverwinter. Leldon will take the best of the lot and will retire like a king and queen to Kalimshan. And you can find out about Kalimshan in the recently completed Adventures of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha. Branding. That's why Leldon is the greatest thief ever, and you'll always be hanging by his coattails. Farewell, Nishka. That little and greatest thief ever, right? No way does Leldon get the better of me. I'm the greatest thief, not him. Let him go. He's not worth it. I don't want you to get hurt. Me? It's Leldon who's going to get hurt. Well, you don't think I can do it? I know where the Collector lives. It's in Blacklake. I say we go after Leldon and we put him in his place. Make some gold while we're at it. All right. I figured that was going to be a little side quest action, but before we do anything, we're going to go and freaking... We have to go sell some stuff. Branding. All right.
Yes.
Now, time for a little fun selling. Yep. And then gold. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Yep. You said it. I'll keep that. I always try to keep their first weapon. I don't know why. It's a sentimental thing. Dagger. Stout core key. Heading to 50,000 gold, chat. 50,000 gold. Achieved. Okay. $55,000 gold. Should be enough to get a heck of a lot. Can we reach 60,000? I don't think we're going to quite get there. Pretty good, though. 57,000 gold, baby.
I am listening.
All right, what do you have? Arc Asunder. What the heck is this, a halberd? Oh, well. That's nice, but...
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Yes.
We've got an Elven Court Bow. +3, mighty +3, huh? I don't know that that's better than what I have. +3, +3, and +8, yeah. What the heck is this? Enhancement bonus +1. Knock DC equals 14. Croton's Skull Crusher. This mace is permanently bloodstained, a telltale trace of its many years spent bashing heads. The weapon would have been the bane of humanoids throughout its history, but those who wielded it seem to have been purposely left out of historic record. Damage bonus versus Goblinoid, 1d6 versus Half-Orc, 1d6 versus Orc, 1d6 +1. It's nice, but... Lesser Rift Hammer, yeah. The Sandstorm. It's a great axe. So the same problem as the other situation. Bag of holding, bag of holding, bag of holding, bag of holding. Do you have a bag of holding? Do you have for me a bag of holding? Scabbard of Keen Edges. What is that? Keen Edge. What the... Oh, really? It's just like hyper accelerates my weapon. It's really expensive, though. I mean, I have a lot of money. What's up, Mirinda? I don't see what's so good. I have 57,000 gold, but 25,000 gold on a Scabbard of Keen Edges... I need to look up again what Keen Edge does. Pretty sure it gives me a damage bonus, but... I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't think it's worth that amount. Okay. What I really would like is a bag of holding, but no dice apparently. All right. One other person I have to check, and that is the armor smith. So let's go hit up the armor smith here. Then save it. I'm going to go get some water. And then we're going to see what Chapter 2 has in store for us. All right, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Benzo's Luck. Oh, yeah. Versus +3 versus Chaotic, +3 versus Evil, +1 overall. It's light armor. Yeah, it's good for monks. Alright, Paladin helmet. Thavian Circuit. Oh. Ooh, that's nice. Alright, I may come back to that. Intelligence +2, +1 universal, +1 concentration. That seems tailor-made for sand. What about the Great Oak? The treant birch is not noted for his tolerance towards those who threaten his forest. When giants felled a grove of his oldest oaks, he vowed revenge and enlisted the aid of a group of rangers. To help his new friends, he infused their armor with all the protective energy he could muster. Their combined might was enough to soundly defeat the invaders, and giants of the north still tell of the angry forest spirits that drove them from the lowlands. The rangers' suits have since scattered to the corners of the world. +2 AC, +4 versus giant. It's nice, but too specialized. That Thavian Circlet, though, I think that's a yes. Okay. That's what I thought. So...
I think it is time everyone marched behind me, your new glorious leader. I concur.
Alright, cool. 21 intelligence. Yep. Worth it. Definitely worth it. Good stuff. The Great Oak seems like a pretty mediocre oak. Rangers or Rangers? What's this? A ranger cut off his guard. Alright, so the Black Lake District. Man... I don't know. I mean, I could just tell her to get bent, I suppose, but... probably do that, wrap that part up, and then head off to prove... accused of a crime I just didn't commit. Tell them what they need to know instead. Let's have you all join up. Okay. And quick save. Okay, cool. All right, chat, I'm going to go get some water. Normally I would put this on a break screen, but because we have this lovely music, I'm going to leave this on here for you. So I am going to head to go get some water. So I'll be just about like a 5-minute break. I'll come back and we'll play for another hour, basically. And then we will wrap up for the evening. So I hope you're enjoying it. If so, I hope you'll follow and do all that good stuff. And I am going to be back to you folks in just a little bit. Hang tight. Okay. All right, chat. I have got a special cold mug of cold water. Got that. And I've got my recently purchased in Pittsburgh hydro flask designed to hold a lot of water. Because it is definitely warm up here, and like I said, and it's warm in the apartment too. It's the apartment, the house. It's right now, according to what this says, although, yeah, there we go. Right now, it's about 78 where I am, but it's going to be going up to very high 80s, possibly low 90s. Is what we're looking at tomorrow, so it's going to be hot, and yeah, so it's going to be hot. So again, I need to make it through another few days. The people are coming to install the new ACs and stuff like that on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this coming week, and in the meantime, we do have some other window units that we'll have to put into a couple of the rooms. I have one in my daughter's room already, so we're going to have to do some of that stuff, and we'll be able to make it through, but definitely it's going to be a hot one over the next week or so. So it's definitely warm. Yeah, it really is, Mrs. Dunsel. The convention was good. It was good. Yeah, we sold a fair number of books. It was great always. First of all, I always have a good time, hanging out with Little Arv. But secondly, yeah, it was an experience that... Hold on, this is really driving me up a wall. Give me a second. Really want my camera to stay where I put it, please. Okay. Yeah, it was, it's always good to hang out with Little Arv, and I got to hang out with, I met a couple of people. I met Geister there. I met Trollware there again. And I usually do meet Trollware when I go down to Pittsburgh. So there was that. And, yeah, and it was a good experience also just because everyone was in such a good mood, I just felt like everyone was in a really good, just in a good space. There was just a lot of joy about all of it. So that was nice, because I felt like it was enjoyable to be in a place where people were just having good time talking to each other. And it was warm, but we were under a tent, first of all, and there was it was pretty windy. And so that helped keep kind of the heat a little bit down, which was good. So in general, it was definitely worth it. It was good stuff. A fair number. A space fair space number, not a fair numbers. Yeah, listen, if I actually did romance, I'd sell a hell of a lot more books. Trust me on that. Trust me, that would be the case. Okay. Alrighty, so, as I said, we're going to be on till about 1 here, so we're going to go for another 40 minutes or so. And we might as well do this collector thing. I'm a little nervous about this quest, because I honestly don't want to have a thing where you're just like, fight. But let's see what we can do. Let's see how we can make things. I should write them under an alias. I think the attendance was a little down from pre-COVID, but it's a little hard to tell, Miranda, because most of the time these conventions have been indoors, and this is the smallest one that I go to. So I think it was close. I think, but because it was outdoors, it was a little bit harder to tell, is what I would say to that. Oh, man. Yeah, I should write them under an alias. Yeah, no. Romance books do not particularly interest me in terms of writing them. But they are a very popular genre, that's for sure. Alright. Is that Black Lake? Yes. Although... You know what? I'm going to go to the Merchant Quarter first. Because I want to see Deacon and see if Deacon has anything he can sell me. Especially with the new chapter. What is a conservative... What? am not sure what you're referring to. There's Deacon. Call me Deacon Blues. Yeah. Oh, they sell enormously. I can't believe a kobold can get a shop in this quarter, and I can't. The indignity of it all. Oh, it be you! Back to be customer again this time, baby. All right, let's see. What do you got for sale? All right, I need some goods here.
Listening, really.
Can I get a ring of protection? Hey, success. Well, I'm not particularly chagrined, Miranda. I wouldn't say that. I think that the past, especially 4 years in the United States, has clearly shown the complete failure of conservatism politically. But I don't even remember. To be honest with you, I don't remember that at all. I mean, I have, you know, without getting too much into detail about it, Republicans at this point have proven are now clearly intellectually bankrupt. So I mean, there's not much to be said. The entire group is part and parcel part of an attempted insurrection. So there's really not much to be said there. But conservatives, you can make an argument that there's something still politically to be said about it, except I don't know. Again, my feeling is the conservatives have tried their way multiple times and it's failed over and over and over again. So I don't think it's bad. I just think it's kind of not a useful philosophy anymore. Right. Exactly. Exactly. It all depends on what conservative even means. Because, yeah. I mean, I actually think Democrats now have increasingly become more progressive in the U.S. But, I mean, yeah, like, European conservatives would still be mostly left of most of the people here, so. Arvinatheron, welcome to the Black Lake District, sir. I'm Sergeant Brockenburn, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Well, I think I just defined it, Miranda. Republicans, members of the Republican Party, are intellectually bankrupt. Conservatives, though, I also, with a capital C, or I guess capital C, not conservative party, but conservative philosophers, I think that their ideas have been shown to fail, but, like, I don't think they're bad. I just think they're not helpful, you know. And Republicans, you know, most Republicans now are not really conservative, honestly. I mean, like, they're just fanatics of their death cult now, so. And again, that's not controversial. I mean, like, you know, like, condemn an insurrection. It's pretty easy stuff, I think. Yeah. Good call, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I mostly agree. Excuse me while I pour more water from my hydro flask. Building a backbone is very hard. Yeah. It's funny though, Dragon, because again, I don't really want to get too far into this tonight, but it's I'm not convinced that it's just backbone. I think that what has been proven is that basically the former sociopath that was in charge for a few years, their slavish devotion to him has proven to me. I think he is them, basically. I think he is what they want to be but don't have the guts to be. So I don't really actually think for most of them it's a failure of courage, or they don't have the ability to stand up to him. I think they like him. I think they want to be him. I think they might feel that he's too uncouth, and they don't like the fact that he's kind of like new money and he's kind of low. He's trash and all that. I don't think they like that. But in terms of his willingness to let his his hate all other people, whether that be immigrants, women, you name it. Sure. I think that pretty much is exactly what you've seen from Reagan. I see a very clear line from Reagan to this person right now. Very clear line. And the difference is that one person was just smoother about it than the last one. But it's the same philosophy that basically underpins it, which is ultra selfishness and all for me and not thee, and hypocrisy left, right, and center, and meanness and cruelty. The cruelty is the point. So, yeah. Strongly disagree, Commander Dunsel. Very strongly disagree. So I really don't want to get into this, though, right now, folks, because I'm just too hot and tired at the moment to do that. So I don't want to get into it, but I strongly disagree. I think that's not at all what's happening. I think they're handling it very strongly, actually. They just don't like the label. Yeah. Pretty much. I think it's more that he just did the stuff openly that Reagan was saying quietly. But let's move on from this, folks, because I don't mind having these discussions at certain times, but probably not when I got about a half hour to go, and I don't want to get into sort of nuanced stuff back and forth. So, okay, let's see. You'll find this a quieter war than what you're used to. My men are an honest lot. We take no bribes and tolerate no disorder. Is the lockdown still in effect? Are you wearing a mask? Okay. No. Nasty business, that. We weren't able to locate the murderer. By now, he's surely escaped the district. No, I'm not doing the Blood Bowl competition. I actually, I actually have played a little Blood Bowl a long time ago, but no, I know that Crocs and Pyron started out with a match of it. I'd like to watch more of it. I know very little about it, to be honest with you, Miranda. So I think it'd be fun to watch, though. I've added more watchmen to keep an eye on things. All the same, the lads will feel better with you in the district, I think. We've all heard how you cleaned up the docks. You need any help finding anything around here, I'm at your service. All right, how long have you served here? 20 years I patrolled these streets, and I make a point to know every grudge, every love affair, every tawdry bit of gossip. Wouldn't be such a quiet ward if I didn't. What's there to see around here? Best to be careful about sightseeing. The nobles here value their privacy. A few of them have their own guards, and they've no qualms about drawing blades on us. I admit, the theater on the lake does attract a certain amount of attention. Lord Timar built it after the Luskan invasion, trying to win back the people's affections from Nasher, they say. There's a bard performing there now, a fellow by the name of Cain. My grandson has heard of him, and his brother Abel. No, though I certainly haven't. How long? Let's see. Are there any merchants in this district? Only a few. You could try the Academy Square just out front of the Archives building. You'll find a scattering of merchants there. Best hold your nose if you're browsing their stalls. The shopkeepers serve the needs of the Academy students, so it's foul-smelling potions, eye of newt, and the like. All right, farewell. Thanks, Sergeant guy that I already forgot. Sergeant Brockenbum. Or Brockenburn, I guess. All right, so we have to find the collector's mansion and then figure out a way to get in there and steal stuff without everyone being annoyed at us. So that is going to be an interesting experience. That's what I want. It's fun, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I was watching a little bit of it. Who won? Did Pyron win or did Crocs win? I watched a bit of it, but I didn't have a chance to watch too much. Yes, wonderful. Now look up a bit and give me just a hint of a pout. Perfect. Hold that pose. Really? A little too short for that easel half pint? What's going on here? Bad time. Terribly busy. If I look away, I'll lose the moment. There, you see, just a glance at you, and by the golden hills, my lady, thou art a vision. What did you say? Yes, your eyes pale like a fall of water over rocks, a naive smile, a generous mouth. Yes.
And that artless tumble of hair, so untended and yet so real. My lady, you're the very picture of pastoral beauty. Was that a compliment? My lady, I must take your likeness. I insist upon it as a matter of honor. My future as an artist lies balanced in your shapely, ever so slightly calloused hands. There you go. There you go, chat. That right there is what you want. If you want to do stuff with your pickup lines, you go, my future as an artist lie balanced in your shapely, ever so slightly calloused hands. That right there is that's the key. Oh, okay. Interesting, Marin. I'll have to ask and find out. I'm not sure whether to agree with him or attack him. What exactly is this for? My grand project, Ladies of the Commons, an artistic vision by Pepin Polo. I seek beauty that is true and honest at that pivotal moment, just before a lifetime of hardship crushes it away. My Lady Chandra, never have I seen that critical moment reflected more perfectly than in you. Thanks, I guess. Isn't the Black Lake District an odd place to look for commoner women? To be sure, I started out in the docks, but the locals made sport of me. The very sight of a gnome at work seemed to fill them with an urge to beat me senseless. And while I lay half-conscious in the street, they would draw mustaches on my paintings, occasionally a goatee as well. But it ended for the best. A dwarf thought I had painted his wife, and he bought the whole lot for 300 gold. No. He's talking about Chandra Jarrow. That's the one who's going along right down there. He's talking to Chandra Jarrow, who's in my group. You're not taking my dating recommendations? Oh, man, cringe. You think so? I think it would work. Do you want to do this, Chandra? Well, all right, but I get to look at it first before anyone else sees it. Wonderful. I shall begin at once. You there, clear out of the way. He just tells the woman to get out of the way. Hey, what's the big idea? You're supposed to be painting me. You said I was the very model of womanly mediocrity. And indeed you are, my lady, indisputably so. Now shoo! Artistic priorities have shifted, and one must always obey one's instincts. Go on, out of the way. Wow. Now, Chandra, if you'll step over this way and hold your head just so. A hint of a smile, but enigmatic. Yes, that's wonderful. There, not another stroke of the brush. My dear, I have captured your very soul and made of you a goddess. A goddess of field and sun and gentle breeze. Wow, I don't really look like that. Do I? I'll buy it for you, Chandra, if you like. No, you don't have to do that. Please, really, don't. Yeah, she doesn't look that good anyway unless you squint. Leave it, I say. Jeez, Nishka. I fear I could never part with such a painting for less than 300 gold. Understand, I could get far more from a collector, but since your friend is the subject, I feel obliged to discount the price. I'll give you 500, my dude. Excuse me? Why, that would support me for months. I could pay my models, perhaps afford a studio. Would have to be in the docks, I suppose, but still. The portrait is yours, my lord. I ask only that if anyone admires that you tell them my name. This poor gnome is in your debt. Gods, don't. Please, it's not worth that much, really. Is it? Yeah, influence gained with Chandra Jarrow, too. Thanks, I can't get over how it looks. And I appreciate you getting it. That was really kind of you. Hey, listen. Listen, slightly calloused hands. No more paying and exposure. Exactly. All right, let's talk to you now. What do you think?
What? What are we stopping for?
What's wrong?
What's wrong? You're being put on trial for killing an entire village. Doesn't that bother you?
I'm innocent and the law will prove it.
I don't see how you can be so calm about all this. You could be hanged, or worse, in Luskan. I mean, low justice in Luskan? It's really bad. Although it's not enough for anyone who attacked Ember as far as I'm concerned.
The Jeff Bezos of Faerun. Yeah, exactly, Hippo. It's true. Wow. Let's admire the camera work on this, everybody. Down in front. Quality camera work from the director here at Neverwinter Nights 2 Production Studios. Hey, can you... Can you tell me what you know about Ember?
I traveled there last season. The thought that
It
everyone
is a
there
bold
is
vision,
dead.
yes.
It's hard to believe. I mean, there aren't any militia or soldiers there, really. If anyone attacked it, they couldn't have put up much of a fight.
Did you know anyone who lived in Ember?
A few. One or two I knew really well. The quartermaster was always kind to me, although he was a little too obsessed with his logbook. Had to track every shipment in, out, along the coast, off the coast. But still, a nice person.
Anyone else?
There was Elaine, of course. She let me stay in her family's home when the roads were washed out while I was there. You know, she did quite a bit of trading herself between Ember and Port Last and the neighboring villages. I wonder if she was in Ember when it was attacked.
Any idea where we could find her?
We could check in Port Last. If she was on a trade run, she may have passed through there. The steward of Port Last, Hieromos, might know more.
Hieromos.
Although, if he thinks you're the killer, don't expect a warm reception.
Well, that's your job. Okay.
All right. Go on and ask.
What can you tell me about Amangero?
Amangero was my great-grandfather. Or my great-great-grandfather. To be honest, I can't remember which. I heard he was a little eccentric, but harmless. He died a long time ago. My mother told me that he saw me a few times as a babe.
Oh, I saw this already.
But I was too young to remember.
Why would a
Mother
harmless
said
wizard
that he
construct a
would
lethal
cradle
haven?
me. Well, I thought it was just a story. You know, make-believe. And wizards do protect their towers. I thought she was just exaggerating. I mean, the whole inescapable death trap and thousands of spiders from the abyss thing. It was hard to take my mother seriously when she said things like that. I've been thinking about it, but honestly, I have no idea where it is.
Yeah, we're still looking for
I doubt it would help much anyway. And the whole idea of having to spill my blood to get in there, well, I'm not in any real hurry to find it either.
You know, there was a little bit of a weird switch here where it was this whole big thing about finding Amangero and you got to find Amangero's haven. And then literally we were going into the library to find the details about where it is. And then the Githyanki found it first. And then we went running after them to basically like find them. And then there was the whole subplot that happened about now we're going to go, you know, we're going to go find out about the haven from Chandragero and then still, and now all of a sudden we're like dealing with this. So maybe down the road we're still going to have to deal with Amangero's haven, but it does feel a little like the story got sidetracked somewhere here in the middle. Does it have to be Gero blood?
That's what my mother said. I wouldn't mind trying other people's blood first if they volunteer. Maybe we could bleed Bishop. Try it out first.
Sounds
and
like
a
a
whole
plan.
pint of it. That's a little much. Yeah, probably. All right, go on and ask.
What happened to your family in Highcliffe?
There's not much to tell. To be honest, my mother died many years ago.
Yeah.
Bad marsh fever. Not much I
J.J.
could do.
Abrams, yeah.
As for my father, well, I didn't really know him. Died when I was very young. He's more like a blur than a memory. What about you? I mean, if you want to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about it. I mean, your father, or your uncle, he seems very nice.
My uncle. Duncan is my father's half-brother. He used to be part of an adventuring company.
He was? He looked like he'd been a tavern keeper for, well, forever. Huh. He seems so down to earth to be an adventurer. No offense. Thanks for sharing that, by the way. You didn't have to. But knowing you actually have family and knowing what they do, well, that's important, I think.
It sure is. My father, my foster father, was a little distant.
Distant? Why?
Never seemed to like me much. I'm worried he blames me for the death of his wife.
You mean your mother?
No, Dagon's wife, Shayla. My mother I never knew at all.
What happened? I mean, if you want to talk about it. Don't mean to pry like a town gossip or anything.
She died along with my mother in a battle in West Harbor. Died trying to save me.
That's terrible. I really don't know what to say. She must have loved you very much. I didn't realize what you'd been through. That you lost your mother. It's kind of strange. The way you carry yourself, it doesn't seem like you'd ever suffered any loss. Then I hear about this.
Yes, well.
Anyway, I'm sorry to hear it.
Let's see.
Doesn't your father know anything about her? It seems like he would. What does Dagon say about your mother? Did he know her? Well, you might want to ask why you still have the chance. He may have his reasons, and if he were to pass away suddenly, you'd never know. All right, go on and ask.
Okay. All right. So, do we get any influence there? Influence gained with Chandragero 3. 3. Wow. We have like 8 influence gained with Chandragero. We are influencing Chandragero like nobody's business. As Nishka is dropping in our esteem, Chandragero is picking it up, which is, you know. I mean, that's a good trade. I think I'll buy that. Okay. The Church of Lathander. All right. Aldenon's Manse. Theatre on the Lake. The Collector's Mansion. Neverwinter Archives. Academy. And Castle Never. All right. All right, let's go to the Collector's Mansion. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's what I was looking to do. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, there are some, I guess especially MMOs do this, right, where there's some of that, but yes, I agree with you that in general that's kind of frustrating. Although I don't know what you mean. I mean, like, wow, that rubber banding. Look, I can look completely normal. What do you mean? It seems like a totally, it's my, you know, arcane archer, and I got, like, look, I'm Robin. What? No, I actually, Sparkly, I'm actually going to go do the Collector's Mansion thing, although I'm a little uncertain about it, quite honestly. I mean, look, I lost influence with Bishop because the hell with that guy, and I'm pretty much in the same boat with Nishka because I don't like Nishka that much more. The only reason Nishka's in my party, and I think the only reason that anyone has Nishka in their party is because she's the only really functional rogue. If I had anyone who could carry some thieves' tools and was, like, marginally competent, they would already be in the party. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's not the Green Arrow. It could be nonstop, all right? Okay, what we got going on here? Hi. I told you to go home, Kylie. No, you're not supposed to be going into the graveyard. I swear I'll tell Father. You little rat, you wouldn't. She'll ruin everything, Lisbeth. Shut her up, or I will. What's going on here? It's nothing. We're just trying to get rid of my little sister. That's right. So go away and mind your own business. It isn't nothing. They're going into that old crypt with a bunch of boys, and Father told Lisbeth not to. What exactly are you doing in a crypt with boys? Oh, we should invite him along. He's kind of cute. Savannah, you idiot. It's a private party, remember? Now let's go. And don't let me catch you following us, Kylie, or I'll let Raven hurt you. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Them, I mean, not you. They're so stupid. I'll never be like that, never. What are they doing in there? Hanging around with boys, kissing probably. But look, Lisbeth thinks I don't know anything, but I'm a lot smarter than stupid Savannah. She never comes home anymore, and Father always sits up and waits, and she doesn't even care. I hate her. Who are those friends of hers? You like Nishka well enough? I'm not wild about Nishka. I get a little tired of the constant questioning. Like, it's okay sometimes to be like, I don't know if I trust this, but being like, why are we bringing her along? Well, how many more times are we going to save her? I'm like, listen, kiddo, how many times did I save you? So, you know. Raven's some merchant's daughter, I think. Savannah's uncle's one of the 9, but Savannah's so dumb she thinks she's related to Lord Nasher. Savannah's just stupid, but Raven, she's mean. One time she hit me when Lisbeth wasn't looking, and she said she'd cut my throat if Lisbeth would just let her. How about I go and find your sister? Are you sure? There's boys with Lisbeth too, and they're all dark and depressing and mean, just like Raven. That's no problem, Kylie. All we have to do is go in and blast some evanescence, and they'll totally be on board with us. We just walk in, and they're like, hey, man, you shouldn't be here. And I'm like, now that you know what I'm about. And they're like, Oh, yeah, man. I just look at them and I go, wake me up. I can't wake up. They dress like it's somebody's funeral and moan about how pointless everything is. Lisbeth used to be so much fun. Oh, yeah, these people are definitely Evanescence targets. I hate the way those boys look at her. You really think you could get her to come home? Don't worry, Kylie. I'll bring your sister home safe. Huh. Must be all that traveling with Kelgar that made you so good with kids.
Probably so. I have a boyish charm, I can't deny it.
Lisbeth's in our granddad's crypt, the middle one with the name Bryce on the door. That's where they always go. I think Lisbeth stole the key from Father. Just please, please don't hurt her, all right? My sister, the rebel. All right. So that's the middle one they said. Yeah, and that's really it. Like, the reality is, this is the thing, and I understand that. I understand that in some ways this is easier said than done. But if you look at Minsk, if you look at Jahira, if you look at Khalid, if you look at well, I'm trying to think of, like, I mean, if you look at even Tsar, like, if you look at all those, these are really interesting, fun characters. Even the ones that are so-called tropey. Like, Minsk is tropey, but he goes so far in that direction that he almost becomes like a Schwarzenegger type. And you have Minsk, the space, you know, Minsk and, and Boo and all that kind of stuff. And go for the eyes and the swift backhand of justice and all that. All that stuff really, I think, demonstrates that he's a different kind of character, right? He's a character that ultimately you really get behind and he's memorable. Most of these characters are not memorable, and I have to say, I felt the same way about Pillars of Eternity. Most of the characters in PoE, I thought some of the characters in Tyranny weren't bad. And obviously when you start looking at characters and you look at things like Mass Effect, well, I mean, now we're talking, right? Thane, one of my favorite characters of all time. Kasumi, great character, even though I think she's underutilized. Everyone talks about Garrus. Rex, like even Morden. There's lots of great characters in Mass Effect that kind of stand out. And these ones, you're like, is anyone really going to remember Nishka except that they found her annoying? Or like Sand, the High Elf Wizard, like, Kelgar, maybe? But I just feel like the overwhelming majority of characters in this game are like meh, So that's all. No, and these are okay. And by the way, let me just say, I don't think every character, folks who follow me and have, watched me play tabletop stuff will know. And obviously I've DM'd literally thousands of characters in my time. And as an author, I write a bunch of them. I don't think that you need to make every character astonishingly novel. And I think trying to force that actually comes across the wrong way. But I do think if you're going to have characters that have particular kinds of tropes or that represent particular kinds of things, you need to really execute them well. And you need to demonstrate that there's something kind of pushing them underneath it. So you almost get to explore the nature of the trope. A good example of a game that did this very well is the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because all the characters in Final Fantasy VII, even the ones that were sort of tropey, were opened out. And that game, as you all know, I think is brilliant. I think it's a meditation on remakes. I actually think it may be the best remake ever made. That's how good it is. I think it's so good, partially because of how it re-envisions its characters. But that's what I mean, right? I'm not opposed to having certain styles of character or certain types. But if you're going to do that, then you have to do better than just have Bishop being like, rah, I'm chaotic evil guy and I hate everything. So I'm just going to tell you all to shut up and be really antagonistic. And like, shut up. Like, what, right? So yeah, oh yeah, they're not meant to be likable, but I think there's different ways to do that. I gotta be honest with you, Knives, I didn't like Durance. I don't know why. Durance really didn't click with me. I thought that none of the characters were bad, but I think a lot of Pillars of Eternity was the problem I had with that game, and I played through and I won it, and I've played even White March too. I didn't like the combat at all, and I found the story was like okay. And I thought the characters were okay, but I really was not wild about them. Again, I found the characters in Tyranny to be more interesting. And the characters in Baldur's Gate, and particularly Baldur's Gate 2, were far better, I think, for the most part. And again, that's not hammering away on Pillars of Eternity. It's just, it's not always easy, you know, to come up with the right kind of character. And when you get good characters in a game, that really can carry a role-playing game a long way because you're really investing yourself in the lives of these characters, you know, so. Yeah. Yeah, and listen, I mean, like, I know that Chris Avallone is, you know, the sacred cow and all that, but I don't know, you know, like, Avallone is not perfect, and I mean, I had a chance to check out some other ones, and I didn't, okay, I'm assuming this is the middle one, so, but just because he's involved, and I think sometimes games are like, Chris Avallone's doing it, so it's automatically great. I'm like, well, could be, but, you know. But yeah, I think well-executed characters that have depth are more important than wildly novel characters. But you can't just allow a trope to exist as everything. That's the problem. Yeah, Karth. Well, that is why I'm looking forward to playing Mask of the Betrayer, because I've heard, and I actually have interviewed George Zietz before, and I'm looking forward to that because everyone says that game is just incredible in terms of, like, everyone is just wild about how good it is, so I'm very excited to play it. Agree wholeheartedly on Grieving Mother, Hippo. I thought that Grieving Mother was a really interesting concept that then really overplayed the interesting concept. Where they were like, see how deep and see how really deep. And you're like, oh, God, you know? But again, part of that, I think that game, I don't know. I know a lot of people love Pillars of Eternity, and I don't mean to hammer on it. I mean, as I say, I played it and liked it. I didn't dislike Pillars of Eternity. It's just I found later on that I was like, I liked other stuff better. It's actually similar to the way I felt about Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age Inquisition was a game that I played and liked, but then I played The Witcher 3. And, like, let's be clear. If we're going to talk about characters, The Witcher 3 has got some really, really good characters in there that do not rely on... And I'm not talking about just Geralt or even Yennefer or you know, like Triss. There are interesting characters in there that really get played with in interesting ways. And those are tying into certain tropes. You know, those aren't, like, brand new and no one's ever heard of them before, but they're executed well. And so, hey, Polar, what's up? Yeah, we can all like different things. Totally agree, Knives. Absolutely. It's not, you know, this is like comparing. It's not like you're looking at terrible game versus good. Like, these are all good games, you know, and I enjoyed Pillars of Eternity and all that. So, yeah, I'm totally cool with that. Yeah, I agree, Hippo. That's true. I have read The Last Wish, Miranda, and I loved it. I really liked The Last Wish. Part of it is that I read that book right after I read Dune, and Dune was such a slog. Like, I think the world building's great, you know, no doubt, but man, Dune is not a read where you're like, woo. I mean, it is a slog, and so when you getting on the other side of it, reading The Witcher was just like eating cream pie. Like, it, and I don't mean that in a way. I don't think it was fluffy. I just mean it was so snappy comparatively. I really liked The Last Wish. I have not read other Witcher books, but that one I read. Interesting, Hippo. How would I compare the Witcher games to the books? The books, so I think the games compare favorably to the books, but I think, certainly at least The Last Wish. But I would say that one of the nice things about The Witcher, and I think this is something which really works for me with a lot of these games. So Geralt is supposed to be kind of like the brooding, kind of Batman-style figure. But there's one, and obviously The Witcher is a very dark world. But there's a major reason why, to me, The Witcher succeeds far better than a lot of the other darky McDark, grimdark stuff, right? And that's because Geralt has a moral code. I cannot explain enough how much better it is to have a character who has certainly shades of gray and gets paid for what he does and is even a little cynical, but he has at base a moral code that he won't violate. And that absolutely carries, to me, those books. So I think some of that comes through in the game, but to be honest, Geralt as a character, because of what you have them do, and because the choice is in the player ultimately, that doesn't come across quite as much. My sense of The Witcher is not only that stylistically the books are written in a kind of very nice, sort of breezy almost kind of way, tying obviously into Eastern European mythologies and myths and fables and fairy tales, but also that Geralt's moral center comes through, and that I think makes an enormous difference. And so I just felt much lighter, despite then certainly bad things happen in those books, but I felt much lighter reading those books and reading that book, and I think a lot of it was just stylistically it moves a little bit differently. So, but again, and this is coming from someone who is a huge fan of The Witcher 3. I thought that was a tremendous game, and actually the DLC for The Witcher 3, which is the one that I never remember, it's sort of funny because I actually have the screenshot. I'll show you later on, but I have the screenshot on my gaming computer. Oh man, it's where he goes, Blood and Wine. I think that Blood and Wine is absolutely gorgeous and is maybe my favorite DLC ever, although I'd have to think about comparing that to some of the Mass Effect DLCs, but it's so good. I love everything about it. I love the feel of the world. I love the role of the way that women are played in it. I love the color saturation. It's so bright. I love the storyline is really fun. There's a lot going on in it. I love the fact that if you play it out right, Geralt has a chance to really have kind of a really happy ending to the story. I just absolutely adore Blood and Wine. If you're playing The Witcher 3, I highly recommend you do the main quest and then you play Heart of Stone, which is good. Hearts of Stone is good too. And then play Blood and Wine. Blood and Wine is just, I adored it. And I don't know whether part of that is just because the color palette was such a pleasure. Because I don't really like vampire stuff that much, to be honest with you. But it's just so well written and constructed. There's so much cool stuff that happens in it. There's a lot of great characters. There's a lot of good characters that you can support, that you can get behind. It's not just all, oh, this character sucks, and this character also sucks, and this character sucks slightly less than that character, so I guess you kind of like them more, but not really. Just lovely. Really lovely. Not Blood and Wine, Blood and Wine. Yeah, I don't know, though, Hippo. I never felt that way. I just kept playing through it. I don't know. I loved it. Yeah, I hear that. Well, listen, Oblivion in the Elder Scrolls series was even worse for that, right? Arctur, I agree with you that generally I hate about that. And yes, Hippo. I think that's true. I think it generates sympathy, and I'm sorry, we'll keep playing here in a minute. I think it generates sympathy, but I think it does something else. Here's the other thing it does. So when you're working on a world, the way that you develop a sense of dynamism, because you always want dynamism, you always want a dynamic quality to the world you convey. And there's multiple ways to do that. You can have a flat character if you have a dynamic world around the character which they experience. And I'll give you an example of that from a game. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which is a brilliant game. It was my game of the year. Jedi Fallen Order actually was my game of the year, beating out The Witcher 3. And that's not a knock on Witcher 3. It's just Fallen Order is so good. Fallen Order, it's my rant. Fallen Order actually was immensely good, despite the fact that Cal Kestis, I think, is boring. I think Cal Kestis is a typical white bread whatever, right? Who cares? But the characters around him are great, and the execution of the story is great, and the world is dynamic and fascinating, so that Cal Kestis becomes a cipher for us, right? He becomes a proxy. We move with him through this dynamically experienced world, and that means it works. So that's one way to do it. The other way to create dynamism is, and then of course you can also, well, there's the third way, but I'll get to that. The second way to create dynamism is to have a dynamic character in an otherwise gray world. Now, The Witcher's world is a gray, dark world, although there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens in it, but it's still a gray, kind of grimdark world. But the difference between, I think, what Sapkowski does and what so many other grimdark writers, I don't love grimdark, because most of them, and I'm talking about people like Joe Abercrombie, who's a good writer, by the way, or obviously, George Martin, everyone knows about that. All of those authors have a tendency to make everyone painted with gray. Well, so what's the feeling of that then? Because they're like, well, it's realistic. Okay, first of all, it's not realistic because it's actually not true that everyone around you is a shade of gray. That's not true. There are people around you who have moral standards that sometimes you're like, oh man, come on. But they keep those moral standards. And there are people who are just villainous and evil. And there are people who are gray, right? But it's not true that everyone is equally just Tyrion Lannister, right? It's not true that everyone's just sort of in the middle, mushy middle. That's not true. And creating a world in which it's true means that you never have someone to hold on to. In fact, I think that's one of the problems with Game of Thrones, is that you kill off all the good people that you actually give a damn about, and you're just left with a bunch of ugh. So eventually you're just like, I don't want to read this mud. And as someone who studied the War of the Roses, I don't want to study the War of the Roses either. I certainly don't want it in my fiction. War of the Roses sucked. Everyone was bad. You think the stuff with the Lannisters and the Starks? Go look up the Lancasters and the Yorks. Oh my God. So, my feeling about it is that it's all gray, and that becomes like, ugh. So there's nothing to push off against, right? So another way to create dynamism is where you have a gray world, but a character with a center. And Geralt is often misunderstood as being a kind of like, I'm the darkness, I'm the shadow. That's not true. Geralt has a code, a very strong moral code. He wants you to pay him, but Geralt goes out of his way. He does it all the time to make moral decisions. He even makes moral decisions about the monsters. There are multiple times where Geralt decides, I'm not going to kill this monster, or I'm not going to do my contract, because to do that would be to hurt this monster. Instead, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go talk to my client. Geralt has a moral code that he applies. And yes, he sleeps with anything that looks at him. I understand that. Like, I'm not saying that he's a moral agent, but he does have a code that he sticks to. And that makes such a huge difference in the world. I will say personally that my character Greyshade from my novel Greyshade, coming out from Athos Arts in about 5 to 6 weeks or so, that book is about an assassin, but it's about an assassin who in my mind has some similarities to Geralt. A character who himself has a very strong moral code, despite the fact that he functions in a world that is decidedly gray morally. So another way to create dynamism is that, where you have a gray world, but a more morally centered character. Not a black and white character, but a character with a defined purpose and focus and goal. And then you have both being dynamic. You have a world that tries to do the right thing sort of some of the time, but screws up and whatever. And then you have a person who tries to do the right thing, but screws up and whatever. And you end up with kind of basically a character that you get behind because it's the everyman character. This is the Jim Butcher stuff and Harry Dresden, right? That sort of thing kind of pushes the character forward. So when you have a world that's just all gray all the time and a character that's all gray all the time, you got a recipe for boredom. And so what I think works about a game like Jedi Fallen Order is that you have a sort of a boring character, I think, but a very dynamic world. And then in The Witcher 3, you've got a very gray world, not a boring world, but a very gray world morally, but a kind of more defined moral character with Geralt. And then, I'm not saying he's an angel, but he's got a moral code. And then you've got the dynamic worlds where everyone sort of back and forth does that. And if you want an example of that character, I'm going to recommend, probably for the millionth time on this channel, Martha Wells' Murderbot series, because All Systems Red, Murderbot is absolutely brilliant for this. It's a character that you like, that is dynamic, that has a code, that actually cares even though it doesn't want to, but at the same time, it is supported by its own found family of humans that genuinely like it. Genuinely like Murderbot. And that combination, despite the fact there are big things bad things that happen, and there are things they have to deal with, and so in that book, All Systems Red is so well done. And that'll give you an example of dynamism on both sides. Generally good people that do what they can, generally good AI that does what it can, and you end up with a great book. So, sorry, I got to scroll up. I was in the midst of an Arv rant. He does have good taste. I would agree with that, Dragon. All right, let me back up. Sorry, I was going all the way through. Have I done it? I have cut knives. You know, it's funny. I love the setting of Icewind Dale. I love the music of Icewind Dale, although the Jeremy Soule thing is kind of rough based on what we now know about him. But I love the music of Icewind Dale. I love the art of Icewind Dale. I even like the story of Icewind Dale. The only problem is the combat is so so sloggy. And honestly, the last boss fight, I've gotten to the last boss fight playing with Icewind Dale, literally the last boss fight. And we just were like, whatever. We just gave up because we're like, I'm just so done. So I like Icewind Dale, but man, something about it just didn't click with me in the way that I wanted it to. I have never played Icewind Dale 2, though, and I would like to try that sometime. Yeah, Fallen Order is great. It's great, Marinda. It's great. Beautiful set pieces, beautifully acted, incredible graphics, really fascinating exploration and gameplay. The only thing I don't like about Fallen Order, the only thing, is the combat is too Dark Souls-y for me, and I don't like Dark Souls, but it's a testament to how good that game is that despite the fact it's Dark Souls-y, I still love the game anyway. Now, I would not put it above Final Fantasy VII Remake in my mind, because that's one of the best games. Final Fantasy VII Remake is one of the best games I've played in like a decade. But Fallen Order is great. And if you like Star Wars at all, you need to play it. And even if you just sort of are generally neutral about Star Wars, it's a very well-constructed Metroidvania. It's great. I really like Fallen Order a lot. Yes, exactly right, Marinda. Exactly right. And also, I would point out that Watson has a moral code, too. In fact, so does Sherlock Holmes, even. But yes, I would agree with you, Marinda. Yeah, exactly. I was rooting for the White Walkers. You might as well, right, Karth? Like... Right. And honestly, I remember Dragon's I've met George Martin a couple times, and I remember watching him on a panel about killing your characters at World Fantasy many years ago. And he started off by being like, well, I don't know why I'm on this panel. And everyone just cracked up. We're like, really? So... No, absolutely the latter, Marinda. Does not need to be a good moral code the audience agrees with. It needs to be a strong moral code the audience understands but may not agree with. However, when I say moral does mean there has to be a consistency and an explanation for it. So if there is a moral code that says, the strong survive and we do this because this is what needs to be done and blah, 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 right? Whatever, that's one thing. A moral code can't be, well, I'm allowed to do whatever I want all the time and that's my moral code. Like, no, that's a dodge, okay? So if it's bullshit, it doesn't count. But yes, no, I absolutely in general agree that it's not about being a good moral code, it's about being a strong one. Though I will say that if you want people to identify with a character, you can have them understand a character, right? But you can also, and you can do that, that's why your villains should be understandable to your readers. But you can also have your characters, your main characters, you want the people to feel like they can inhabit their space somewhat. Like, they're not going to agree with everything you do, but if you give them a code where you're like, I also would have tried to save that kid, that works so well. And I'll give you another example of this I just thought of. The Mandalorian. The reason The Mandalorian works is not only because of the great special effects, the great music, the great storytelling, and the great direction, and the great acting from people like Pedro Pascal and, Carl Weathers and all that crew. It's not just that. It's that The Mandalorian fundamentally is about a character who does have a strong moral code, who sticks to it, and only breaks it under extreme circumstances which we understand and agree with, right? The things that he goes through before he gets to the point of saying he's going to go and save Baby Yoda, we understand why he's doing that. And his moment to do that is hugely important. The removal of the helmet, hugely important. These are moments that matter to us because they're set up and executed well. So The Mandalorian, if it was just another it's a dark world and a dark place and a dark blah, 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 wouldn't work, right? And that's what made The Mandalorian so good. It's what makes Boba Fett as represented. I know that it was done in the comics, but in terms of the media that we really, most sort of casual fans would know with the movies and now with The Mandalorian, that makes Boba Fett work too. There's a moral code. Even if you don't agree with it, you can sense it, you can feel it, you can go along with it, and that's much better than sort of a morally inconsistent, everybody does what I want because then I get mine. That's a trickster type of character that's interesting, but ultimately I would argue not engaging in the long term. Eventually you get tired of the tricks. Eventually you get tired of the tricks and you want to go back to the good, solid, this is what people actually believe. Oh, thanks, Arctur. And the narrator of Icewind Dale. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Arctur. Well, I don't erase all of it. No, I'm trained Valerian. The sandwich method. You start with something good, then something that didn't work, and something good again. It depends on the nature of it. Don't get me started. There are certain games and certain movies and things like that, and certain books that I would not have very nice things to say about at all. So, BD1 is great, yeah. BD1, but the droids are always great, right? Swarm of Cats. Yeah, it's worth it though, Craigery. Stay with it. It's such a good game. Yes, but see, here's the thing though. I mean, I guess. I mean, but the droids you're talking about in the sequel, Swarm of Cats, are basically BB-8 and C-3PO, right? And C3 and R2D2, and we already got C-3PO. We already know about him, so I don't know. They didn't do a whole lot with them. Craigery, I will say about anti-heroes though, I know what you mean, but I would put this differently than a Heart of Gold thing. Right. I would put something different. I like the bad news sandwich method. I would say something different though about that. The difference between, okay, you know what? Now you've done it. All right, chat. Here's the difference, okay? The difference between a hero and an anti-hero is not actually the nature of the behavior that they engage in. It's not even their motivations, really. It's that the anti-hero and the hero make a series of decisions. And the hero, while doing it, is constantly considering the needs of others. The anti-hero, while making the decisions that they make, are usually considering the needs of themselves, either because they started working for the wrong people, or because they've gone through a deep trauma, think about Mad Max, for example, or something like that, which means they're basically like, I'm going to get mine, Jack, and whoever else, you know, whatever, I can't do anything else. But here's why an anti-hero is not a villain, and this is super important, because at any point in time, there is one decision, and it's usually just one. I mean, you can find others within that character's arc, but there's one decision that you can point to that defines that character, and it is a decision which the villain will never make. And the example that I always give for this is in Mad Max the Road Warrior. In Mad Max the Road Warrior, which I'm going to have to spoil for you, but it came out in the 70s, so come on, people. In Mad Max the Road Warrior, Mad Max is hanging out in this, basically this complex which is under siege from a bunch of bandits because they want the oil that's inside this complex. They want it and they've got it under siege. And the people just want to leave and get to this one the coast of Australia where they've heard that there are survivors and they can start a new life and they can make a better life for themselves. But the bandits are going to kill them. They don't want to do that. And if they just drive out, the bandits will just surround them and slaughter them. And that's going to be the end of it. And so they can't do that. And Mad Max, who the whole movie has been kind of unlikable and basically tells everyone, listen, I'm just here to get gas and leave and like blah, 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 right? He's going through all this stuff. Oh, I forgot Dio. Oh, yeah. I guess I did forget about Dio. That's true. So you go through all of this stuff. You know, you like, you know, he's not a likable, whatever. Mad Max is not likable, right? And then we get to the end. And they're trying to decide, okay, they're running out of food. They got to make a move, but how are they going to do it? So they say, all right, we are going to send a tanker out. We're going to send a tanker of oil out. And while they are running to go look for the tanker of oil, while they're running after the tanker, everyone else is going to be able to escape and will be able to get away before the bandits can catch up with them, right? But the thing is, the person driving the tanker is probably engaged in a suicide mission because it's a tanker, right? Like you're not, I mean, eventually they're going to be able to take the tanker down. It's not like a gunship. It's not a gun car. They're going to take the tanker down and then then you're screwed, right? And Mad Max says, I'll drive the tanker. That one decision, and he doesn't even give a lot of details as to why, but that one decision that he makes, which is a decision a villain would never make. Why? What's in it for him? It's a suicide mission. That one decision allows the people to escape, allows Mad Max, I won't tell you what happens to him, but you know, you see later on in the film. But that one decision that Mad Max makes, it's only one, but it defines everything. It is everything you need to know about this character. And it says for all of the trauma that he went through, the loss of his family, the world destroyed, everything, for all of the trauma that he's gone through, the core somewhere is to say that there's a manifest fairness where he doesn't want these people really to be hurt. And that's not a heart of gold, I would argue. That's not a, well, when it comes down to it, because there have been multiple climaxes in that movie where, like, he doesn't step up to the plate. Like, he doesn't want to help. He's like, just give me my gas. But finally, there is one defining decision. And that one decision, on that one moment, everything rests. You could make the same argument for Batman, for Geralt, for any anti-hero you could think of. The anti-hero character, at some point, makes a decision a villain would never make. And that's how you know. No, absolutely not, Gregory. I do not think Mad Max is breaking character. I think it's entirely consistent with who he is. Mad Max, in every film, has a moment where he comes across something that he can't let go. I don't believe that that's a breaking character at all. I think that there are moments that the little bit of light shines through the darkness. And it's not always just like, there's a kid in trouble. All right, I'll help the kid. It's not that simple. It's not a breaking of the character. I think it's a developing of the character. Yeah, but see, I don't think the Punisher is an anti-hero. I actually think that the Punisher, and this is just me, and this is just my personal opinion, I actually think the Punisher is a hero character, and I think he's a terrible hero character. I think the Punisher is an example of a bunch of blood-soaked vengeance porn that, gets thrown out there as actual narrative. And I'm sorry, I don't like the Punisher at all as a character. I find him completely boring. Could not care less. I think the Crow is a more interesting version of the Punisher. If you want a version of the Punisher that's actually sort of revenge-based, and yet there's a part of sort of the light that sort of is somewhere within you, the Crow would sort of fit that description more. Or Moon Knight, who is going to be coming up, is going to be showing up on, I think, Disney, playing by Oscar Isaacs. Something like that. But I think the Punisher is, I think, intended to be a hero and not a good one. Because there's nothing different in the Punisher between someone like that and Rambo, right? Rambo's not an anti-hero. Rambo just kills a lot of guys. Or most Schwarzenegger characters, Oh, sure. I'm sure that's true, Gregory. Yeah, exactly. T-Presence, exactly. Punisher is mob rule in a person. And I actually think that the Punisher is a deeply cynical take on mob violence, on mob rule, because it's kind of like you just give a guy a bunch of guns and that's okay. In fact, an example of this reminds me of? This is an example of a guy that often is supposed to come across as an anti-hero, and according to Alan Moore, the author himself, he's not intended to be this way, Rorschach in Watchmen. Because actually, Rorschach was not meant to be a hero, or even an anti-hero. According to Alan Moore, Rorschach is this basically this cultist, essentially, this conspiracy theorist who is basically just this guy that, like, and people were like, oh yeah, I really respect him. Respect for what? And he's like, he took the worst parts of Batman and put it together in a character, and some people liked it. Cynical. Not, and exactly what Dragon Spear said, Second Amendment pinup. And again, now, to me, look, anybody can like who they like, but I'm just telling you, from my point of view, characters that are like ultra violent and like that's all they do, and it's not even no interest. It's like stuff like Dexter even leaves me cold, although there at least there's some creativity and you've got some character building, so there's something. But the Punisher is just a bunch of guns and a cigar, honestly. Yeah, I think Arctur, I actually like the alignment system, but I think it's because I think it gives people a sort of general guideline to start with, and then they just go and do whatever they're going to do after that. I mean, within limits. If you say that you're a lawful good character and then you go around like cutting people's heads off, you're clearly not a lawful good character. It's like saying don't tell me what you believe, show me what you do, and I will tell you what you believe, right? That's the way that goes. Oh, yeah? Interesting. Issue 5. It's interesting. And I'll say one last thing, and then I do need to play a little more, and then I need to get to bed. I can't get to bed super late tonight. But I do want to say one more thing, which is I want to give one other example. Spider-Man. How many people in chat have seen Into the Spider-Verse? Okay. Didn't like the frame rate. Yeah, I can understand that, Swarm, but oh man, it's so good. Okay, so I will without spoiling anything. I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody if you haven't seen it. I'm going to recommend highest possible recommendation. I think Into the Spider-Verse is, I've been using this term brilliant, but I've been using it to my favorite game of the last decade maybe, and like Jedi Fallen Order, which was my game of the year. So like I'm saving brilliant for when it counts. I think Into the Spider-Verse is brilliant. I actually think it's astonishing what it accomplishes. Anyway, but here's what I would argue is so good about Into the Spider-Verse. One of the things that makes it the best, and one of the reasons that I think it works so well, among many, is that Miles Morales is a normal kid with two loving parents who does what he does because it's the right thing to do, because of what he's learned from his uncle, because of what he's learned from his father, because of what he's learned from the people around him. And Miles Morales, therefore, is a character that you can get behind and root for, not because he's deeply troubled and dark and traumatic, but because he isn't. Because he's trying to fight for people who don't go through that same level of trauma but still need to be protected just the same. Or the person who has had some losses and had some gains, and the person who, like most of us, lives life with some ups and some downs. Miles Morales represents that character, in addition to the fact that Miles Morales, of course, is a biracial character, a critically important step in representation, who is fully modern and yet still respectful of the source material. I just have so many good things. I adore the Miles Morales character, and I love the way it's presented, especially Into the Spider-Verse, precisely because you have a character that isn't reliant on darkness. And the reason I bring that up is because Miles Morales is enormously popular. Why is that? Because you wouldn't look at him and go, you look at this kid with the graffiti and the whole bit, you wouldn't look at Miles Morales and go, oh, this is just a goody two-shoes. This is just a paladin. You wouldn't look at him that way. But really, what people are saying is he's a dynamic and interesting character that they care about, who tries to do the right thing because he's basically a good kid. Not because he's tortured, not because he's a billionaire who had his parents orphaned, not because, lost his parents and he was orphaned, not because Green Arrow, not any of this. No, I am the knight. You were born to the darkness. Like, none of that. I was shaped by it. None of that. Miles is a good kid. And the fact that people have so clearly resonated with a good kid says a lot about what we want as a species. So I want to encourage people to say, I love gray. Again, shades of gray are good. I'm not arguing for black and white morality, but I am saying that sometimes it's okay for a hero to be a hero. And people are increasingly, I think, gravitating towards the need for heroes. Heroes with nuance, with complexity, who have to deal with loss, heroes who have struggles, but heroes who have a moral code, a character that you can believe in. So there is, to go back to your earlier point, Miranda, it's a strong moral code, but it's also, I think for some people, they also like a good moral code, and we're beginning to learn now that good does not mean simplistic and dumb, and gray does not mean adult and advanced. Not the case. If you read Catherine Addison's The Goblin Emperor, you'll see an example of an unreservedly good character. The main character of that book is just good, but they're not goody two-shoes good. They're not Pollyannish good. They're not, I think I must do the right thing and save puppies and save babies. That's not what it is. But it's a good person. And you can get behind that too. So what I would like to see is people creating nuance within good moral characters too. And I think people are desperate for that. I think that's one of the reasons that Game of Thrones not only face-planted because of the showrunners who were disasters, but also because I think the TV show I'm talking about here, face-planted also because I think people are sick of it. How many more times are you going to see incest, rape stories? Like, again, who wants to really, really, really watch The War of the Roses? I'm telling you, you don't. Not really, not forever. So, anyway, it's possible to have nuance within morality. And I think you even saw that with Captain America in the Marvel movies and something. People kind of like, you know? And again, I'm not arguing for black and white morality, but I am arguing for understanding that good can also be nuanced and modern and represent aspirational and inspirational characters that you support also. So, well, but Miranda, what I just said was I know, but I'm saying that it was also because, in my opinion, because people also got sick of it. I think Grimdark is kind of not having. Grimdark had a moment. I think Grimdark's moment is passed by a little bit, and that doesn't mean that it's ever going to go away completely or that there isn't a spot for it. But I'm telling you right now, that's not what people are looking for. That they're not looking for more gray. So. Yes, but see, I've heard that though, Dunsel, and admittedly, I have not followed the comic books of Miles Morales with everything. I know Saladin Ahmed is writing, a lot of that. I that's true-ish, but my understanding though is that they haven't let him drop into the whole I don't know, just sort of brooding. I'm gonna let my costume get dirty. Captain America saying "Hail Hydra," right? Like that's stupid, incredibly dumb storyline. They're not going to go that way. So I guess that's I would say a little bit of a difference from my understanding of it. Yes, that's right. Heroes do things not because they're courageous and brave and unafraid. It's because they do it despite the fact that they're afraid. They do it anyway. Because it's the right thing to do, and because they have an understanding of a moral code that allows them to assess these things properly. Yes, exactly. Grimdark is the reader's version of adrenaline fatigue, and partly Grimdark is reacting to what people saw as the overly black and white constructions of earlier fantasy. Now, I've taught Tolkien for many years. I strongly disagree with the idea that Tolkien is a black and white moral thinker. I think that's just dead wrong. I think that's a misunderstanding completely of characters like Denethor, of characters like Boromir, of characters like Gollum, of characters even like Saruman. There are multiple characters in those books who are not just goody two-shoes or evil. I just think it's a complete misread. But I do think that people looked at that, and then they looked at Dungeons & Dragons, which took a lot of stuff from Tolkien, and then they said, okay, well, we're going to make gray. And I do think there's a place for that, a lot of it. But I do think it's oversaturated and overdone, and I think that at a certain point, people just got tired and stop showing me a bunch of bad people being bad to each other, And so that's that. I think it's well said, T-Presence. Yes, adrenaline fatigue is a good way to look at it. That's right. There's a sense of just weariness. You're touching the same nerve over and over again, and you're just like, oh, God. And Dunsel, yes, brighter future popular media to set a better example. Aspirational, right? And it doesn't have to be a dirty word. It doesn't have to be, oh, that's for kids. It doesn't have to be that way. You can write in a nuanced way with still writing a way where people are basically trying to do the right thing. You can do that and write it in a nuanced way. And if you can't, that's because you're not a good enough writer to do it, not because it doesn't allow for it. People who are like, well, I can't do that because it wouldn't be realistic, that's a bunch of hokum. It's not true. It's not true that everyone is evil and everyone's bad and everyone's gray and everyone's just out for themselves. This is not true. It's not borne out by reality. And so if you just present your characters that way and you're like, this is more realistic, it means you got to work on your writing. You're not a good enough writer then. So, grim derp. Yeah, somewhat. Maybe. I hope they don't go down that route, though. Yeah, Knives. I mean, I think that there's something to that. I think that the communication issues are the problem with a lot of people, but maybe. I hope they don't go that route, Commander Dunsel. You may be right. I hope they don't do that, though. I really hope that they don't go that route. I think there's so much to explore that doesn't involve the character being burned out. I don't know. Quite right, Nuddle Masher. And that's very true, Dunsel. Yes, quite true. Quite true. And that is really, that's tied together, right? That's the thing. The original Star Trek series assumed a world in which we had solved these things, we were going outwards. And was it aspirational? Well, sure. Of course it was. But you can't put a price on how enormously important it was in the 1960s for people to see an African American, an Asian American, a Vulcan who was considered wildly alien in the other, a Scot, an American, in quotes, sort of a generally American with Kirk, a Russian in the 1960s, to put a Russian on the bridge. I cannot express how important that was in terms of normalizing the idea of bringing people together. Hugely important. And does that mean, therefore, that everything in the 60s was... Of course not. But you don't do everything to just represent where you are. You also do things to represent where you want to be. You create stories as much to express where we are as to create stories that express where we wish to go, where we'd like to end up. So not every story has to be a stunning vision of the future where everyone dies. That's not what everything has to be. So. Yeah, amen, Shadowed. Amen. Okay. I spent way too long on that. I'm going to see what's going on with this group, and then I'm going to have to close up shop. This is your own fault, chat. You're too interesting. If all of you would just be nice and boring and not dynamic. Eek! Who invited them? Nobody invited me. I'm looking for a girl named Lisbeth. She's somewhere deeper in the crypt. What do you want with her anyway? It doesn't matter. This is a private party. You can't just shove your way in here. Get lost. Well, crap. And there goes the first victim. Next time you kids should choose someplace other than a tomb to show your affections. Oh, hey, Thordax. I didn't see you come in. Yeah, no, I always enjoy that kind of thing. We should get the kids out of the crypt now. You kids get out of here. It isn't safe. You can't tell us what to do. It's our friends in there. We're staying right here. Alright, we're gonna go find out what happened in this crypt. Ready for a lot of undead. Welp. Time to imbue an arrow. Time to drop it. Lock and load. Oh, we got some gas, people. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh. And huzzah. Wait, what? What? Oh my god, she summoned a fire elemental. Okay. Hi. Pleasure to meet you. Kinda didn't want you to summon that fire elemental until you had to. Alright, Vera. Vera, he's rescuing us. What do we do now? The thralls. They're all dead. You slaughtered them. Do you have any idea how long it took us to raise those things? You raised those things? Raise them? My fault, Vera. He came in looking for Lisbeth. But it was only the 6 of us, and I didn't think he'd have a chance against your, friends. The dead ones, I mean. Enough. What have you done with Lisbeth? Lisbeth. Wouldn't you like to know? We warned you. You weren't invited, but you came in here anyway. He can't handle all of us. We'll give his corpse to Arvel, and he'll bind his soul to serve the king. I'll bet he lets us watch. His darkness is truth. His shadow will cleanse the world. Is this the King of Shadows? Because... Alright, get up, Sand. You're fine. Okay. Alrighty. So, you were working for the King of Shadows, were you? Interesting. Whoa, what the f... Oh, that's the portrait. I see.
Yes.
Alright, Nish, what the hell is this? Oh, a ring of protection +2. Let's see. Sand?
Listening, really?
You could use this, couldn't you? Lovely. Because they don't stack, so I put... Oh, for God's sake, dude. Alright. Thank you.
Yes.
Alright, good.
I am listening.
Okay. Alright, you take that. Alright. So they're all dead. Inside the Bryce family crypt, you met several of Elizabeth's friends who turned out to be converts in some necromantic cult. This is going to be a problem, I think. Because we don't know where the hell Elizabeth is. We do know we need to rest. What? What do you mean enemies nearby? What are you talking about? Oh, fine. Here. Alright. And familiar.
Listening, really?
Alright, and I want you to cast Greater Stone Skin on yourself. There we go.
Follow me and quickly.
Okay. Right.
Let's see what they're made of.
Oh, shoot.
I can do that.
Hold back here, please. Thank you. Okay.
If I must.
Okay. Alright. Elemental's gone, which is the only problem with this idea, but... Let's get your familiar back. Alright. Oh, that sucks, Dunzel. But I you know, yeah, I generally, the whole Star Trek discussion is very interesting to me, but yeah, there's a lot to get into. Dunsel, what's your take on the Orville? Are you someone who likes what the Orville tried to do, or do you feel like it's too, I don't know, like trying to make it into, oh God. All right. Okay, let's do it again. Okay. Seeker arrow, let's go. Oh my God. Just missiles from everywhere. Man, this necromantic cult is not very mixed, yeah. See, that's what I was wondering. I've heard that from a lot. I really have not watched much of the Orville, and I've heard from a lot of people that said something similar. I mean, some people love it, but I've heard from a lot of people that are like, yeah, we know what it was trying to do, but it doesn't really fit that. I don't know. It doesn't, as you say, the execution was mixed.
Listening, really.
Okay, let's cast Cloud Kill. Whoa. There we go. What class are we playing at? Yes, exactly what Sparkly said. I am playing as an arcane archer, and I am enjoying it, I have to say. I'm enjoying the experience of, you know, scrap school. Oh, are you out of charges? Oh, you are? Okay, well. Yeah, I'm enjoying the experience of having someone who's just kind of badass from range. That is, that has been enjoyable.
I am listening.
Sand is too squishy, though. Sorcerer, actually. It was Sorcerer. I have kind of a sneaking like for Sorcerers, I have to say. we doing on this crypt thing? Whoops. Oh god. Mishka, would you handle that, please? Yes, for sure. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Alright. Now, put that there. Have you identified? Chromatic breastplate. +1. Cold 10, electrical 10, fire 10. That's not quite as good as I was hoping for, actually.
Yes.
Not nearly as good. What about for you?
Grab a buddy and let's head out.
Scales of Truth. +1, +1 fortitude. See invisibility is not really that interesting. Yeah, I'll leave this for now. I'm not crazy about this, not wild about this, but...
Follow me and quickly.
well, listen, thanks, Valerian. Yeah, I'm stopping here. I'm literally just, as soon as we get through this crypt, unless like a bunch more stuff comes up, then I'm gonna not play through the rest of it, but... I loved Cloud Kill and Baldur's Gate 2 so much, Noodle Masher, yeah. One of my favorite things to do, and Baldur's Gate 1 for that matter, was to drop, to be like just out of frame, drop web, drop Cloud Kill, and then like drop a couple of other area effects and just wait for the screaming to stop. My favorite thing to do. Ah, the Luckstone. Saving throws. Skill bonus with all things. Blah, blah, blah. Cloud Kill, Web, and Entangle. Yes. Yes, yes. And Grease. That's right. That's right.
I am listening.
But yes, I forgot about Entangle. Yeah, Cloud Kill, Web, and Entangle was my jam. Just drop those things and you walk over and you just see all the dead bodies. It's great. All the dead orcs. Aha! Big fight coming. Alright, well. Don't mind, I'd like to rest first. I hate that we lose the elemental, but... Alright, let's go. Black tentacles, yes, true. Alright, let's have a discussion. And get in here. Oh, gods, it's him! Oh, what do we do? Shut your mouth, Savannah. You sound like a scared little girl. If we die, we'll rise again in shadow. You heard what Arvel said. You're a beautiful young woman, Savannah. You don't really want to die, do you? Well, no. Don't listen to him, Savannah. Think about Lisbeth and me. We're your friends, remember? What kind of friends would ask you to throw away your life? He's right, Raven. I didn't want to die. I don't want to die. I just want to meet boys. Normal boys, not these weirdos who wear makeup and dress in black. Savannah, you stupid cow. You take that back. No, I'm sick of you pushing me around, Raven. You're not even half as pretty as Lisbeth. That's why Arvel picked her instead of you. This whole crew, I'm just like, I don't... Yeah, I know, right, Nettlemasher? I mean... You want to die with him, Savannah? Fine. You'll be a lot smarter as a ghast anyway. Oh, snap. Get out of there. Hey, Kelgar, can you get out of the blades thing? Can everybody get out of the blades thing? There's a wall of blades right here. Can I ask you not to run through the wall of blades? Can we not run through that? Thank you. Literally, they're all like, here I come, Chief. I mean, would you run through that? Would you run through a blade barrier? You just want to shave. I mean, like... And eventually it does. Just like every player every time, right, Dark Center? Actually, I don't even, like, do I have to dispel this? I assume it just use... Thank you. Thank you for answering that question. Alrighty, so, Savannah, who is lucky to be alive. Oh, Raven's dead, isn't she? You did the right thing, Savannah. We'll keep you safe. But she's... Don't look. Can you make it back to your parents' house? Yes, I'll go straight there. I'll never come back to this graveyard, I swear. Oh, gods, I'm so stupid, just like Raven always said. Well, yes, you are stupid. But... Bryce Tomb Key.
I concur.
Braces of armor +2. It's not as good as braces of armor +4.
Something you want?
Aha! Outstanding. Nah, that's all working.
Yes.
That was pretty cool. Alright, here's hoping that Lisbeth is down here. And that hopefully she's still in one piece and breathing. Oh, God. It's Arvel. Okay. Alright. Guess what, gang? We're going to go back in here and rest, because this is the big end fight at the end of the crypt. This was just running along and seeing an argument and then getting into this little side quest. And can you summon the bear? Here comes Stompy the bear. Here comes Stompy the bear. Right. Let's go. This is going to be interesting. Did they kill Liz? Oh, no, they haven't yet. Alright, big guy. Gonna have to ask you to stop. May the King of Shadows forgive you. Embrace him and know light for the illusion that it is. Release Lisbeth and surrender yourselves. I'll see that you receive a fair trial. Fair? By whose assessment? Your priests and their false gods? I look upon your trials and your justice, and I witness folly. There is no truth but shadow, and no justice that is not handed down by his servants. Besides, Lisbeth has a part to play here. She'll be one of the first to achieve divine union with our king, not the crude undeath which lies in store for you, but a true joining of souls. And it is only the first step. I have unearthed truths known long ago, and I have already sent word of my discoveries to my brothers and sisters in shadow. Giving you one last chance, surrender yourself. And I say again, may the King of Shadows forgive you, for you speak in ignorance. I pity you, truly. Ah, well. Death will render you far more compliant. We will speak again, I think, after you have breathed your last. Alright, let's do that again. Whoa, what the flip did you just hit me with? Wow. Wow, this is rough. Well, crap. That's unfortunate. All right. So we're going to have to prep a little bit differently for that fight then. Okay. I'm going to need some greater stone skin from you. First of all, on you. Got haste. All right.
Everybody, follow me.
All right, summon that.
I am listening.
All right. We're going to have some of that. Gonna have some invisibility. Cat's Grace. Hal's Wisdom. Potion. I don't need to do haste. I'm already hasted. Fox's Cunning. Bear's Endurance. Okay. Alright, let's go. That's funny. You sound like you have some entertaining sessions, Dunsel. Okay, I already read this. Okay. There we go. Shoot. Did I not imbue? Everyone attack this guy, please. This is the problem. This guy is the issue. Can we please attack this guy?
Meister Shadow.
What the freak? Alright. So... Well, there's another choice. I wish I could do this before I actually get into the fight. But I can't.
Yes.
Alright, you go in there, Kelgar. Okay, now I want you to imbue immediately, and I would like you
It seems we have new friends.
to Cone of Cold. Okay. Can everyone attack this guy? I don't understand why you're not getting this.
My tears right bodic.
Ah, it seems we have new friends.
Okay.
I I think I can do that.
Okay.
Meister Shadow!
Okay.
My tears right, Botic.
Man. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know how to avoid that effect. Well, actually, I do have one idea, but it's a tough fight. Not going well either. This is rough. Okay, there is one other way to handle this. Which is that I need everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, I really don't want to have to send them back. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I want you to attack. I want
Well, look who showed up.
you to attack. I want you to attack. I want you to imbue. And I want you to drop Cloud Kill right in the middle of the goddamn room. Let's go. Alright,
It seems we have new friends.
My spell seems to have, fizzled.
Great.
Let us attack.
What the heck is going...
My tears right, Botic.
Alright, this is not working. This is not working. I wonder if I can Cloud Kill there and then start the conversation. Like, I wonder if... It's not going to affect them initially because of game logic, but... Okay. Oh, come on, man. Alright. Cloud Kill. Right there. Alright. Now... Everyone get out. Everyone get out. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Everybody get out.
Looks like we have company.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, now you next. Oh, god damn it with your mass blindness. Really? This freaking mass blindness spell sucks. Really? God almighty. Alright, good night, Christmas.
Sorry.
This sucks. This is ridiculous. Stunned and blind. Wow. What spell is that? That's... I can't even see that spell that they're casting. Thank you, Nolan Master. Alright, well, listen. Listen, as much as I would love to keep trying on this, I'm already up later than I wanted to be, so I'm going to have to go back and do this later on. This spell, this whole thing is obviously going to need more thought on my part. I mean, I think what I'm probably going to have to do, because this room in here is just a kill box. Like, there's nothing to be done here. So I think what's going to have to happen is I'm going to have to basically kite them back through the tomb. And honestly, if I stay here and keep getting hit, I can't get hit by that mass whatever spell. Like, that thing is impossible. So if I can just get... Actually...
I think it is time everyone marched behind me, your new glorious leader.
How about some stone skin on others, too? Yeah. Okay. Can you... I'm sorry, is there... Can you please cast Stone Skin? Oh, does it not? You're not going to let me cast it on him for some reason. Why? Doing a bunch of Bear's Endurance on people too. Okay. All right. That is going to make for a heck of a fight later on. I think that's what I have to do. I have to just kite them through there. Yeah, I mean, I might have to specialize it that way, Sparkly, and do a protection from evil or something like that. This has been the first, like, real challenging fight. I mean, I've had a couple of fights I had to, like, work my way around, but this is one that's really rough. Whatever that, like, the blindness, deafness thing combined with all the negative effect spell stuff is an interesting combination. So, anyway. That's fine, though. Challenging. I will come back to it and figure out what I can do about that. But that was, woo. That is not easy. Okay. I am going to start to install updates. Okay. I will allow you to do that. All right. And while I'm doing that, hold on just a moment as it's giving through this update thing. I mean, like, you know, there are fights like this in all of these games that I like, in part because one of the things you're doing is figuring out what the heck is going on and how to manage it around a fight. And the real problem in that fight, it seems to me, is obviously he's a problem. Arvel is a problem, but beyond that, the ones who are like hauling off, like the Shadow Initiates, are they're no joke either. So, there we go. Lovely. And yeah, I like the flower thing you were talking about. That's funny. Okay. That is going to do it for me, folks. This was a really enjoyable session for me, including a discussion that I did not expect we would have at the end, but that was a lot of fun. But I got to rise up on out of here. I got a big day tomorrow about something I can't talk about yet until after it happens. Once it happens, I'll be able to announce in more detail what exactly this whole thing is that it's about, but it'll be cool. And then I've got to make sure I stay cool and, you know, because it's hot. You know, and all that kind of thing. Now, remember, tomorrow on the channel at around 7 p.m. Eastern, we have got the amazing return of the Speculate Twitch event of Blades in the Dark, the Case of the Cindered Seal, with Brandon O'Brien as your GM and Valerie Valdez, Mike Underwood, Yuri Casano, and Yuri Gawain Lin as your players. So you're definitely going to want to be back here for that. That is going to be 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe. And then we will be back on Tuesday with a live illustration stream with Terry Toons of our next Fighting Fantasy Gamebook session. And then in the afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern, later in the afternoon, we will be taking a look at a new game called Solasta over at Pen and Pixels, which is kind of a cool RPG that is based upon OGL licensing. It'll be interesting to see how that game comes off. I've heard mixed things about this, and so I'm interested to kind of give it a shot over on there. If it's not very good, then we're just going to keep it on with Neverwinter Nights 2. If it is really good, then maybe I'll think about splitting and doing Neverwinter Nights 2 on my channel and Solasta over on Pen and Pixels, although I'm kind of enjoying going back and forth between them. Like having Neverwinter Nights 2 be something I do on both channels because it gives me half a chance to actually get through it. So we will see. But anyway, good progress tonight. We got to chapter 2, so that's all good. If you liked what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvanellarun.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond and Adventures of Middle-earth and soon to be Esper Genesis. Under construction, though, so be aware. !ArvTreon is that Patreon sitting right there at 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. Trying to build that up because that really is the financial backbone of the channel, and using that allows us to support the channel and get us towards channel goals like another Talisman tournament, another Arvanot Idol contest, and things like that. And also lets you get individual stuff, things to inspire the players. It allows you to get stuff to get a custom character background written for you, an epic poem written about you, stuff like that. So if you can support us there, that would be appreciated. You can do the same thing by subbing to the channel. Subscribing to the channel allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also can get, depending on the tier that you subscribe at, the inspirations to help the players as well. And finally, last but certainly not least, you have got the publishing stuff to consider. !Icarus is the Icarus graphic novel from Mathis Arts. Again, an award award-winning silver medalist in the Benjamin Franklin Awards of the Independent Book Publishers Association of 2020. Athos is also the publisher of record for Greyshade. If you were interested in what we were talking about a character with moral grayness, literally, and yet also with a moral center, Greyshade's your person, so you want to check that out. That book is coming out in about 5 to 6 weeks, and then the Kickstarter, which will have a board game and a tabletop role-playing game and an audiobook about it, will be coming out late summer, early fall. As for exclamation point library, that's Tales and Tomes. Oh, and you can find that at exclamation point Greyshade KS. And library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. Oh, does it really? All right, yeah, I'm going to have to check it again and see. It's a pretty powerful spell, though, Sparkly. It's no joke, I'm here to tell you. Exclamation point library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is this book. It is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. I'm very happy about this, and is now available in physical form. It's already available in digital form there, but the physical form is going out to Kickstarter backers and stores that are ordering it, and then we're going to be selling it to you folks at retail. So please be on the lookout for this physical, and please think of picking it up in digital as well. Otherwise, yes, sort of Norway, although you'll have to look back at the VOD because we talked about a lot of different stuff with that. Otherwise, I do want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream and remind you all, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Now, with that said, we are going to do a raid today, and the raid is very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. That's lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Argonauts have landed, and then you got Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, you got Twitch raid, Arvany What, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, all of those Arvanys, as Mrs. Dunsel just showed you some of, when you were brought over automagically. Thank you all so much for being a part of this, and please stick around for the raid. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you again to Coven of Lanera, who was here, and Triffid, who was here earlier on, and Shadowed and Dragonspear, who were both here. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to Blackberry, my subscribers, I should say. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to Blackberry Bear, to Commander Dunsel, Mrs. Dunsel, and thank you as well to all the Patreon supporters in that group. And thank you to my viewers, 24 Hour Music. Thank you to Aiken, to X-Man, to Bob Bear, to Cat Rambo, to Dark Key. Thank you to Determinologies, to Elactic Streaming. Thank you to Elderdaru. Thank you to Forceps, Galadriel Bot, who's totally not a bot belonging to Dragonspear. Thank you to Game Trend Analytics, which may or may not be a bot. Thank you to Gigafrost, to Hippofan, to Jasper Kazai. Thank you to Kid Kamath. Thank you to Kitty Cat. Thank you to Lizer Soul, to Ms. Lenti. Thank you to Music and Arts. Thank you to Pa Fina. Thank you to Sario. Thank you to Tontoms. Thank you to the Sparkly Wallflower, to Presence, to you, Christensen, USS Norway, V&K, and Yanickel. Mikkel, I knew that. And thank you as well today to Hatnix for the raid that we had earlier today. I appreciate that very much. That's going to be it from me. Thanks, everyone. Much love. And I will catch all of you wonderful people Sunday, again, later on today at 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe it is, for Blades in the Dark, The Case of the Cindered Seal with Brandon O'Brien as GM. And I will be back here on the channel myself on Tuesday for the live Gamebook illustration stream. More Neverwinter Nights 2 complete to come later in the month. That's it. Much love. Stick around for the raid, and I will catch all of you wonderful people soon. Until then, as always, be good to each other. Honk.